T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgy. I see the chats. I see the chats this morning. I can feel it. I can feel the pressure. Good morning. Let's see. Good morning, JP, first. Good morning, Fish Killer. Yishin, what happened? We dropped $1. It's going to happen, buddy. It's going to happen. 35.76. We're looking for to hit that line. I know we are. I know they want to hit that line. The entire market is not doing too well. Let's take a look at it here in just a second. Let me get through everything, and we'll kind of discuss what's going on here. I'm still shutting off things on my internet. I'm gonna crack open up the morning alive juice. I gotta get some juice in me. Cold coffee. Let's see. Good morning, Crazy Pepe. Good morning, Government Divides. Good morning, Active Douglas. Yep. Fish Killer's all over it. Omicron crap show. And good morning, Salty Dog. You're all over it, Fish Killer. I know you are. So let's take a look at the market. FTSE China was down almost 1%, and the Shenzhen was down 0.1. Hang Seng down 1.58. A lot of red over on the other side of the pond. There's a lot of supposed fear in this new Omicron version of the COVID. It's not it, guys. I really don't believe that our stock market is dropping because of COVID fears, but that's what they would have you believe, and so we'll run with it. It's COVID-19 causing our stock market to crash, even though we have very few cases running over here in North America. Yeah, GD's got it. You know, take your pick. You know, whether it be Evergrande. I don't know if you want to call it Evergrande or Evergrande, whatever it is. You know, it doesn't matter what it is. It's going to be something. They're going to blame it on something. You know, they don't want to point at what the real problems are, and so there's something else that's causing the stock market to crash. We knew the stock market was going to be crashing. Shouldn't be a mystery. We're going to take hits along the way, but we're going to be rebounding off of this, though. I can't say the same for everything else. I'm still turning off stuff here. Hold on a second. Every morning I have to start shutting down like other devices that share Wi-Fi so that I can actually get a good stream going. Okay, I'm done with that. All right, let's take a look at everything here. Let's go through all the data. We'll take a look at everything. Let me log into Fidelity. Update that. Get my password to log in. I don't know if you guys do two-factor authentication on your accounts, but it's not a bad idea, especially with that breach. The breach that who was it? Robinhood. Robinhood had the breach, data security breach, especially with the Say Technologies. If you participated in that, your information could be out there. Not a bad idea to set up that two-factor authentication. Yeah, it's going to take you a little bit longer to log in, but it may be worth the trouble. All right, taking you guys over to the other page here. Price prediction tally. Guess who got a point yesterday? None of us. We all missed. We all missed the missed tally. We start off the week with the missed tally column getting a price prediction point. Boo. Boo. Oh man, the closest person was Eric with 3750 as his low, so he was the closest to getting it. We all guessed too high. Should have seen it coming. Should have seen it coming. Let's see. Short exempt volume. Nice little jump in short exempt volume. Went from 31.6 on last Friday to 75.8. That's a good thing. I like seeing that increase. Our utilization, let's check that out. $74.15. Guess what that means? Means they're starting to borrow. Day over day price increase. We had a decrease. We were down negative 2.1 yesterday. And off exchange. 55.76. So we ended at 53.2, having been traded through the off exchange yesterday. Kind of low. Kind of low. I already updated Ortex. Yesterday, the last final number that I saw going through there was about 247,000 shares borrowed. We'll take a look at the data this morning and see how that kind of jives, see where that really stood on shares having been on loan. We should be seeing an increase here. We'll get to that in just a second, but our estimated current short share interest of the free float is currently at 15.78. Moving up to the top right-hand side of the screen, institutional ownership, 171.619. 171.619. Let's refresh that. 171.604, so slightly down. We did set a record on the 26th. Yes, the day after Thanksgiving, we set a record on a new high for institutional ownership. That high was 171.642. Max pain for the day today. Let me think about this before I update it. It's showing 38 as of yesterday. 37. I'm going to say 37. Oh, still 38. Wow. Okay. Oh man. Stupid Fender. They're advertising guitars to me. I haven't gotten my money yet, guys. You need these ads, they're terrible. They're advertising a Telecaster in silver smoke. Oh, it looks like a beauty. Let me just take a picture of that. I'll show it to you guys here in just a second. I like guitars. I like guitars. And this looks like a nice looking guitar. Anyways, can't help it. Saw an ad. Want it. Max Payne is $38. Let me update the options. They got me with an advertisement. All right, scrolling down to the bottom of the options chain, I just want to see the amount of open interest that's open up on the $85 strike price. It went from 12K yesterday to 15.9 today. Scrolling back up. I was in a space call last night and somebody said, they didn't know what open interest was. So I guess I'll just kind of throw it out there real quick for you guys. Open interest is the amount of contracts that are open currently, available to be closed. They're still open contracts. So that's what open interest is. These are all the call options that are still open up from previous days, previous weeks, maybe even, that are showing up on the books. So it's kind of like I would look at open interest as kind of like the long-term futures for the week on hedging on what the price is going to be. So far right now, the highest level for calls in volume is currently at a $40 strike price. That's actually dropped down quite a bit. Yesterday, the max amount was $65. So a big swing and change in optimism for the week. 65 is definitely not the highest open interest. It means that they closed out a lot of their positions and are repositioning. The new highest level of open interest is currently at $40. A big adjustment. 25 bucks. A little more realistic. About time. 9.4 thousand contracts is how many we had at 65. Today it's 12,000 contracts at 40. I think that's a much more realistic number, and I like it. I like the fact that the long positions are being more realistic. It possibly means losing less money. I do want to note that in our price prediction tally for the week yesterday, we had 83 total votes. Majority of you voted for 50 to 55 plus dollars closing for the end of the week. The $40 range, the one that's winning right now in the call options, was third place with 26%. It was 28% voted for 50 to 55, 27% voted for 35 to 40, and 26% voted for 40 to 45. So really the biggest group right there, the 27 and 26, if you add those together, those both hit 40. You guys did much better this week. I think you're going to do a lot better this week on coming close to guessing what the ending price will be for the week. Looks good. Looks good. I think we're getting a little more realistic, and that's what you have to be. You can't have hopium when you're betting. It doesn't work like that. Calls versus puts. On the put side of things, yesterday the highest amount of volume was at $30. It still is today. 7.3 thousand contracts is how many there were yesterday. It is 10.4 now. So now we have a spread of only $10 in open interest in the highest amounts of volume, signaling towards $35 being the closing price for the end of the week. That's much more realistic. Much more realistic. Especially since I'm trying to tell you guys that we're going to get under 35.76. It's in the title. That is our synthetic failure price that we need to hit in order for them to kind of let things go. So we will get there. Let me take you guys over to the other page. We'll take a look at Vortex. All right. I know it looks horrible. I'm still getting used to it. Vortex changed up on us, and I just don't like it. I don't know. It looks cartoony. I don't know. On loan. They have not updated their numbers yet. Is that? Yeah, they haven't updated their numbers for some reason. It's not 6:30 a.m. That's why. I know utilization's been updated. I think the numbers. No, utilization's up. Utilization's the only number that they've updated so far. All right, they're getting there. They're getting there. We'll come back to this. They don't have all the information updated yet, so we will come back. But utilization is up. I'll show you guys why. It's because they borrowed shares yesterday. Again, it's been a while since they borrowed shares. It was, I think, right back here on November 18th. We saw borrowing of shares for like 2 days in a row, and then it went back down. So more borrowing yesterday. That's good. If we want to start seeing some borrowing, we'll come back to this. Blinding the heck out of you. Orders by Fidelity customers. So this is what's really kind of perplexing me the most. Since last Tuesday, a week ago from today, we have had nothing but solid buy orders over sell orders on Fidelity being reported. In my mind, for us to continue, have some of these big drop days, there's got to be a lot of suppression of the buy orders going on. This stuff is going to come through eventually. These buy orders are going to come through eventually. It's going to be big. I mean, here we are right now in 14th position with highest most trades on Fidelity, 65% buying to 35% selling. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand how we can have like a week straight of buying, way more buying than selling, and have price go down like it has. Shares borrowed this morning. There's 500,000 right there. Yep, gonna have to break out the calculator on this one. Too early. Let's see what we got. Okay, 1.5 million shares haven't been borrowed so far this morning. That's actually really, really low. Yesterday was 4.5 million that we watched borrowed. That's a very average day. So far, only 1.5 today. Moving down to options, 4,000 contracts in the money on the calls. 42.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. This number is still under 100K. That's good. This is your short exempt volume that increased, more than doubled day over day, more than doubled. 75. When was the last time we were 75? 1122. We want to see this number start getting into the millions. We got a ways to go. Short percentage was only 50.5, which is kind of low. We got to hit this number, 35.76. We got to hit it. I already showed you guys this earlier, how FTSE China and a lot of eastern side of the world. I don't know why they call it eastern. I mean, the world's round. Well, just eastern side of the world. Europe, everything was down. The only thing that was up was Shanghai, which was up 0.03. So that's likely why we're seeing the futures looking very volatile today. Money is getting moved around. Money is getting moved around. Tesla's down in the pre-market 0.39. Robinhood is down 1.74. Amazon's just pretty much breaking even. Cinemark is down 1.29. Doge is up 4.12. GameStop is up 0.37, and AMC is down 0.71 in the pre-market. Currently, or yesterday, we ended with a 3-point spread between outflow and inflow, with more outflow. We are currently running around 37,000 shares, almost 38,000 shares having been traded so far this morning. We still have approximately 33 minutes left before we see our pokey stick of volume. When we do see our pokey stick of volume, expect it to double this number for volume at a very minimum. Well, not at a very minimum. About doubling. It could be low. It could be a little less. All right, here's how we look on the daily. Aren't you glad I'm showing you? Can you tell? We have broken out of the 5-month wedge. We have most definitely broken out of the 5-month wedge. We will be below this 2 days, so we have 2 candlesticks outside of the 5-month wedge. And I do expect this to drop down just slightly more, at least to the 34 to 35 range to hit that synthetic price failure. I think it's going to happen. We can go back and look and see how that compares to the flag that we had previous to our run-up. It doesn't look to me like that would be the case here. Let's try it. Let's see. Let's just take a look at it real quick. Actually, it would. Because you wouldn't have known this was coming. And you would have drawn it like this. Yep. So back after January's run-up, from 2-1 until, so 2, 3, 4, 5. So 3 months later, 3 months later, 3 months and a couple days later, it broke outside that wedge, going down first. At least 1, maybe even 2 candlesticks outside the wedge before coming back in, going up, retracing a little bit, and then finally hitting the big boost upwards. So something very similar like this did happen last time. Why else did I bring you in here? I brought you in here so you can see the vortex. Oh, maybe you guys can't see all that. I keep forgetting about the vortex at the top of the page. Vortex indicator is currently saying more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at 41.65 on the daily. On the 1 hour, it's saying more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.53. On the 30-minute, this is where we have my wedge, multi-day wedge here. I forget how many days in total it is, but I feel like the breakout of this wedge will likely happen on Thursday or Friday. Here we are going into Tuesday. We're at the very bottom side of this wedge. This, I think we could break outside of this and come back up inside of it either today or tomorrow so that we can hit that 35.76. Not sure which day it's going to happen on. Today seems more likely. I could see today, moving down below the 35.76 at some point, and then starting to rebound up. Very nice price gains going into probably Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. Let's do a trend analysis on this real quickly. See which side it's pointing towards. Still pointing towards the top, indicating a breakout going down. We have price movement going downwards. We have volume going downwards, which is bullish. So we might break out going down just slightly and then come back up and shoot through it. RSI is indicating a more buying pressure than selling pressure on our 30-minute interval with RSI at 47.05. 5-minute interval, we currently have more buying pressure than, well, hold on. It's about even buying and selling pressure, maybe slightly more selling pressure with RSI at very high at 69.53. If you guys ever have any questions about some of the numbers that I'm reading or some of the things that I'm saying, please feel free to ask. Like if it doesn't make sense to you, don't. This is a good learning channel, right? I don't ever want you guys to feel like you can't ask. There is no such thing as a dumb question unless you ask it twice. That's the only time it ever becomes a dumb question, when you ask the same question twice, because then you're just refusing to listen. But there is no such thing as a dumb question. If you and if you're thinking it, somebody else probably is too. I'll check and see what you guys are writing here in just a second. Price having a nice recovery. We're almost back to where we started from. I still think they're going to try and push this down beyond 35.76 though. And if they didn't get there, right? If this is as low as they can get it as 35.99, let me work out the numbers real quick. Well, they've already gotten us to 35.94, so they've already gotten us lower than this point before, right here. Well, actually, 35.92. That's a 19.2% drop in price from the 44.43 that we were last at. If they can't get us to this 35.76, they're in trouble. It means it's costing them too much money and they can't afford to get there. It's my fault for looking at it, but anyone else tired of the AMC YouTuber video title, margin calls imminent? I hope I didn't do that. Yes, yes. Well, utilization isn't self-reported, But short interest is. Utilization is just a calculation off of self-reported data. So I guess in that terms, you could say that it's self-reported because it's, if you're going to use a calculation and that's based off of something that's self-reported, then yeah. but those, so I guess in a roundabout way, Brett, the answer to that is yes to both of those. Um, even though utilization is just a calculation. Why 3576? All right, Sonny, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. I'm so glad you asked. Synthetic price failures. I'm going to do it, guys. For those of you who have been here for a while, um, you know what this is. You know what a synthetic price failure is. Sonny, in the description box, I have some links in there and some things that kind of help explain some of the things that I've noticed from the past. I'll try to make this as brief as possible because I know a lot of people have sat through hearing me talk about these synthetic price failures over and over and over and over. A synthetic price failure is a 20% drop. Now, I count 19.5% as being good enough. There's been times where I've seen it, flip around 19.5, all the way up to around 21.5. But 20% is the number. 20% drop in price from a previous high. And in our case right now, our last previous high was $40.43. So that number, the 3576, is 19.5% down from 44.43. The reason you're probably wondering, like, how in the world do you come up with this synthetic price failure? What the heck? I've never heard of this before. It's something that I coined. It's a term that I've coined because I didn't know. I had never seen anything like this before. So I did modeling of the squeeze of GME back in January, and I found that there were some very stark points at which hedge funds dropped the price to and then let it go. And those price points are 20%, 35%, and 60%. They're very significant numbers. You usually see turnarounds in pricing after those failures. And the reason that they hit those numbers is their algorithms are set up to work in a very specific fashion. And if you know anything about how algorithms work, they're things that you can fine tune just a little bit, but you don't change the algorithms for the most part. Once you've got them set in stone, they run by rules and you do not change from the rules, because if you do, any kind of major change could cost you millions upon millions of dollars. So these numbers, these 20, 35, and 40 or 60% numbers are very important to us, because if we look for those gaps down, we know that the big huge numbers that are coming in the other direction are in the future. So that's what I'm kind of waiting for. I'm waiting for them to hit that specific number, so we're looking for the price movement upwards after that. Why would they go to specific numbers? It's where they find that they probably get the most amount of people who sell shares. If you think about it, in the normal market situation, not AMC situation, but in a normal market situation, anytime you drop a stock price by 20%, you're going to get a lot of people who sell shares, right? Me in particular, I probably wouldn't take more than like maybe a 7 or 8% loss on a stock before selling it. For some people, they hold a little bit longer, 12, 13, 14, maybe even 15% before they sell. But 20% seems to be the magic number. There is failures that go price failures that go higher than that, right, in percentage. So what you'll see here is I've got a red line here at 34.89. That's 21.5% down from 44.43. If we hit the red line, what that tells me is that somewhere from 44.43 and to this price point, there were people who sold shares, because they typically won't let it run that far. The only way it gets down that much further to the 21.5% or greater is when somebody's sold shares, right? And the market's just on a sell-off. And of course, the hedge funds aren't going to fight it, and they're going to be like, "Oh yeah, sure, you want to drop more? That's fine by me. Go right on ahead." right? So that's what the red line represents. If we haven't turned around in price before we hit the red line, then we've had people who've sold off shares on the last downwards price motion. So that's roughly, what a synthetic price failure is. And it's so crazy. It's so crazy that you can see this across any stock you go to look at. You can see these turnaround points everywhere. And to top it off, we actually had somebody here on the show who found an article that was written in 2014 by a former, I believe it was a former hedge fund manager, who talked about everything it is that we're seeing currently. And in the article, he talks about the exact numbers that I'm telling you. He talks about 20 and 35% drops in price. And this article was written many, many, many years ago. So I had no idea that it even existed. He didn't talk about the 60% one, but I think that in our particular case, squeezes are a little bit different than just normal price movement in stocks, and so that happens to be another gap at 60 as well. But 20 and 35% are definitely they're a thing. They are really a thing. Fish Killer saying, Casey, what are your thoughts on January 27th? Do you think the original apes will stay committed or take their earnings after 1 year, no higher tier cap gains tax? No, 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 no. I mean, I'm part of the. Well, I'm January 29th, so I'm not January 27th. I plan on holding. I can't imagine just because they hit January 27th that they would take their earnings and run. That seems kind of silly, especially if you believe in the DD. If the circumstances showed that we were not winning, meaning like there was some kind of like development that occurred where things weren't looking as good as they should, possibly. But I wouldn't expect that. You worry that OGs are losing patience and what? Man, no. You're talking about you're talking about some serious gamers. Who have patience like you can't believe. Fish Killer. I don't know how old you are, Fish Killer, but I think we've talked about age before. Um, we have younger guys than us who've been gaming who are used to playing really, really, really long games, and it's not any new thing to them at all. Um, Grinding is something that's been around in gaming for quite a long time. These kids, and I call them kids because they're younger than me. Yeah, you're 42, I'm 45, so we're in the same boat. These kids who are younger than us, they've been playing games that force them to sit down at computer games and play them for hours on hours and hours and on end. That takes a special quality of person to be able to do that. I can't do it. I can't see it. I've played some of these games, and I just cannot sit there and repetitively play the same thing over and over and over, trying to farm uh, whatever it is that you're required to farm to continue to play the game. So I think we have the gaming community has a special kind of patience that you and I probably don't have. But I'll tell you what though, our era has stubbornness. So where we may be lacking in patience, we have stubbornness, and I think that that's the thing that's going to help us the most is our stubbornness to not want to lose. Damn it, I'm stubborn to the gills, stubborn to the gills. Um, and you being a fisherman, I think you are too. We have a special kind of stubbornness. So I think we're here. I think we're here to stay. I don't know. I don't know what it is about our well, I guess we're Gen X's, right? I don't know what it is about Gen X's and why they're so doggone stubborn, but we are. We are just the most stubborn people ever. These our Gen X. Maybe it's our angst that we had, our grunge days. I have no idea what it is, but we are just so stubborn. We will win at any cost. We'll get through this. And here comes the throat gurgles. I just had another drink. Let's check out Ortex, guys. I'm going to go back to Ortex because the data hadn't updated yet. I want to see if it updated. Let's see here. Okay, it's updated now. Let me pull it back over. Sorry, I'm looking at data here and I'm seeing an interesting trend. All right. Let's pull it over. Okay. It's going to be really difficult to see, so I'm going to zoom in on just this just a little bit here so you can see the change just a tad bit better. So our shares on loan did go up just slightly. It went from 85.5 million shares to 85.8. So what is that? Like 300,000 shares? The value that I had recorded was 247,000. So yeah, it's really close. 300,000 shares borrowed yesterday. That's a good thing. That's really, really super good. But what's more good? What's more good? Because that's a word. More good. Our highest so far this year in on loan average age per day is 80.05. We just hit 79.4 from 77.7. It jumped up a full, what is that, 3 points? No, 2 point, almost 2 points, 2 full points. If that happens again tomorrow, we will have a new record all-time high for on loan average age per day. Super, super, super good. That is awesome. And they're starting to borrow. They're starting to borrow, and our on loan average age per day is only going up. Good morning, Charlie. I didn't buy Spider-Man tickets until 9 a.m. yesterday morning. Any chance I was one of the 86,000? Here would be my suggestion, Charlie. There's a lot of rules and stipulations as to what who's going to be allowed to collect their NFTs. I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot of people who think they're getting the NFTs and won't end up getting them, which means that they'll probably get pushed down to somebody else who's next in line. I would go see the movie. So if you're thinking about canceling, I would still go see the movie. I would jump through every hoop that you gotta jump through to pretend like you're gonna get it. December 1st is I think when the emails go out about telling you whether or not you've got the opportunity to get an NFT. But there's other things that are involved, like you have to have been a Premier or A-list or Investor Connect member. When you show up to the movie theater, which you have to do, and scan in your ticket, you also have to show your ID, and your ID has to match that one of those three things, the Premier, A-list, or Investor Connect memberships. If it doesn't, you forfeit your opportunity to get your NFT. So there may be a lot of people. There's we've already seen YouTube has been not YouTube, sorry, eBay has been selling some of the tickets online. Those people aren't probably going to get those NFTs because they have to be the original buyer of the ticket. So, yeah, I mean, I would just continue to. I mean, the chances are probably no. I'm going to be honest with you. The chances are probably no. You probably didn't get it, but I would hold in there. I'm telling you right now. Look, here's I'll give you an example of why you need to hold in there. I stood in line for like 4 or 5 hours waiting for a PS5 one time. This is last year in like December, and the guy in the line behind me I was the last person to receive a number, and the guy behind me in the line didn't get a number, meaning he was not going to get a PS5. Everybody started leaving, right? And I turned around to the guy and I said, "Hey, dude, stay here because I've seen it to where sometimes something happens and somebody in the line doesn't end up getting one or they leave or whatever. Just stay here. I think there's a chance you could still get one." And he's like, "No, man, I'm out of here." And he gets all pissed off and he starts walking away. He's 10 steps away out of getting out of the line, and the guy behind him steps up behind me, and this woman from the front of the line comes walking back and says, she says to me, "Are you the last person with a ticket?" And I say, "Yeah." She says to the new guy behind me, says, "My boyfriend just got a PS5 from another store. Here you go." And hands it. The dude who's 10 steps away turns around, gets super pissed off, and's like, walks up to the guy who just got the ticket behind me and says, "Hey, you should respect, man. That should be my ticket." And the guy's like, "Sorry, man, you walked out of the line." And the guy gets all pissed off. So he starts storming away, and I'm like, dude, stay here, get back in line. I think you'll still get one." And he's like, "No, man, I'm out of here." And he just takes off all pissed off. Well, everybody leaves from the line. Nobody's left in the back of the line. And some lady comes walking up and says, "Is this the line for the PS5s?" And I go, "Yeah, but they already passed all the tickets." But I said, just hang out and see what happens. So she stands in line. We all go into the store. She doesn't have a ticket, right? No ticket. We all walk into the store and they have one extra unit and she gets one. Two people behind me got one. Two people. So stay in line. Stay in line. Because, Charlie, you never know what's going to happen. You never know what's going to happen. Don't walk out of the line. And I think it'll be worth it. If you do get one, it will be worth it. All right. What are we going to do here? We got to take a look at this. Why did our data do what it did? Shares on loan. Let's figure out why our utilization went up. It's obviously because they loaned shares yesterday, but we're just going to do the mental exercise of seeing that. Current shares on loan, 85. So 85.85 million. Dividing that by the utilization gives us a total of 115.7 million shares available to borrow. So it went down from 119 down to 115.7. So shares available to borrow went down. We're going to subtract the amount of shares on loan from that number. Yesterday there was 31.934 available shares to borrow. To there only being 29.928. Almost a cool 30 million. That number is so close to 30 million that I have to believe that it's kind of odd, just an odd number, so close to being right on the exactly. Right, so this is the total amount of shares out there that are available to borrow. Sorry, that are available to borrow, but there's already some that are borrowed. The remaining left to borrow is 29.928 out of that 115. So yeah, you can see the on loan average age per day starting to spike. Why? Because all the shares that are left on loan are all the old ones, the really, really old ones. They're pretty much just the reported short interest for the most part. That's why that number is continuing to spike. That's good data. What do we got left here? We got 4 minutes left till we get our pokey stick of volume. Our 7 a.m. Well, it's really 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time pokey stick of volume. All right, let's check out and see what's going on in AMC world. Let's see what we got for news. Spider-Man No Way Home ticket rush crashed AMC and Fandango websites. Spider-Man No Way Home tickets are being scalped on eBay for ridiculous prices. I want to read that one. Marvel and MCU fans may remember that the release of tickets for Avengers Endgame did a number of cinema ticket sites across the US in 2019. Spider-Man No Way Home did precisely the same thing late Sunday, with fans online saying AMC Fandango and many other sites were down as a result of the demand. As of early Monday, the websites of AMC, Atom, Fandango, Cinemark, and Alamo Drafthouse all appeared to be up and running again. The release of an NFT could be partly to blame. Early on Sunday, AMC announced that the first 86,000 AMC Stubs A-List Premier Investor Connect members who purchased or reserved tickets for December 16th showing of Spider-Man would receive an eco-friendly Spider-Man NFT for their troubles. Hard to say if this had an impact on the AMC site going down, but it most likely didn't help. AMC and Fandango didn't immediately respond to a request for comment. I do want to note here that AMC's site did not go down. Adam Aaron was very explicit in explaining that the site didn't go down. They did have errors. And I got those errors when I was trying to get my tickets. But now, after tickets for opening night are all sold out, scalpers have appeared to take advantage of the tremendous demand for Spider-Man No Way Home tickets. Scalpers are already attempting to sell opening night tickets for ludicrous prices. In the picture here, they're showing $2,500, $10,000, and $15,000 for their tickets. One listing we saw had an early viewing ticket listed for $10,000 as a minimum bid. Others appeared to ask for even more. It's difficult to say if anyone will ultimately end up says playing that kind of money, but they meant paying that kind of money for a cinema ticket. But there are listings out there with bids way above retail already placed, like this auction and this listing. Yeah, that's insane. That's insane to think that people are going to be buying those tickets and then not even probably. Ooh. If this is one of the NFT pictures, this is pretty cool looking. Oh wait, I forgot. Here's that Telecaster that was being advertised. I don't know. I really like that. It looks cool. But let me show you this picture. If this is one of the new, if this is going to be one of the, I don't know if this is going to be one of the NFTs or not, but it's pretty sweet looking. Look at that. It's pretty nice. It's pretty cool. There's our 7 a.m. Pokey Stick of volume. It more than doubled. It more than doubled our volume. It's showing 45.4 thousand shares, and we're underneath 30 or 90 million. So today's going to be a low day today, guys. I'm going to say volume-wise, today's going to be a low day. I'm trying to decide between 10 to 30 or 20 to. I'm gonna say 20 to 40. That's actually the best number to do. 20 to 40 million in shares traded for the day today. I'll tell you what, Charlie. Um, I think I learned a few things from this NFT go around that I'll do differently the next time because what I really want is a Matrix NFT. I would absolutely love a Matrix NFT. That's what I'm more excited about than anything. And if having learned everything that I learned from this last go around, um, here's what I would do differently. And I plan on seeing The Matrix at least once. I don't see movies twice usually, but with The Matrix, I might have to see it twice. Here's what I'll do differently to make sure I get an NFT ticket next time. First off, I'll do the same thing I normally do, which is make sure I'm one of the first on. And I was. This last time I didn't have any waiting period of time. The mistake I made was I went for seats that were some good seats in the movie theater, and I tried to buy six of them. I tried to get my whole family in. And by the time I went through the checkout process, it told me that the first time it told me that the seats were unavailable. So then I went through and decided to pick different seats. So I finally got 6 seats, and when I went to checkout, it told me that there was an error. Let's see, I have a screenshot of it. The error said, error creating order, please try again. And I have a feeling that it had to do with the fact that the seats that I was picking were probably being tied up at the time or something. So maybe it was too many seats. I don't know what. But next time I go through this process, and I'm going to tell you guys this because I think it'll help you too if you really want an NFT. I'm going to buy one single ticket next time. One single ticket because you only get one NFT per email. I'm going to buy one single ticket and I'm going to buy it in the worst possible seat in the entire place. Worst possible seat. Or maybe the seat next to the worst possible seat. I don't know. But I'm going to pick something like that. Front row, second seat from the middle, or second seat from the side, and I'm going to buy that. And I have a feeling it'll go through no problem. I think if you're not fighting against other people with the same seat, you'll have better chances. And I will go, and I will scan in, show my ID, and hopefully get the NFT. But then what I'll do is I'll buy more tickets. I'll buy more tickets, probably for another showing, another time where it's less busy. Maybe I'll watch the movie twice. And I'll get free popcorn at least one of those 2 times. And as a Premier member, you get a free movie, right? When I was doing my sign in, I'm an A-list. My wife's got a Premier membership now, but I have the Premier or the A-list, I mean, and it allowed me to use one of my seats as one of my. You get like 3 movies a week, I think, and it allowed me to use one of my tickets for the purchase. I have 3685 still on here. I don't know if Sean's in or not yet. If you are in, Sean, can I delete that or should I be keeping it? We held that 3685 for like most of the night last night, just hovering right there at 3685. Well, GME started going down. One of these days I'm going to figure out what this 8 a.m. pokey stick of volume is all about. Oh yeah, no kidding, Charlie. Uh, I mean, I don't have a whole lot of points. I actually was not doing the Investor Connect at first, and so I actually could have had a lot more points if I had just done it. I'm trying to go in to see. Somehow I got logged out. How's it going, Joe? I'm trying to log into my Investor Connect because I wanted to see how many points I have, but for some reason my phone's not recognizing me or something. This is really weird. I haven't had any problems before getting into the app. Oh, you know what, Joe? And I saw some people who had said, you know, they really want Adam Aaron to try to focus on getting the next NFT available in Europe, and I think that's a great idea. Um, like honestly, I have no idea. I have no idea why that's not a thing. It should be. Uh, I think one of the biggest things, like if we're gonna get to the point to where this is gonna be an NFT for shareholders as a dividend, we're gonna need to count everybody everywhere, right? Like not just the people in North America. Nah, it needs to be everybody. And so you know it doesn't, regardless of whether you have AMC cinemas or not, you're still an investor, right? And we need to make sure that shareholder investors in AMC need to be getting their dividends across the board, not just the United States or you know whatever. Yeah, you're still an investor, and you know that would be my that would be my shout out to Adam Aaron is like, look, we need to get everybody involved in this, like not just locations, certain locations, certain people, like it needs to be everybody across the board. an investor is an investor. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna have to figure out what the heck's going on with my account. I cannot log into my app. Normally it's automatically signed in. Um, okay, there we go. I don't know. It seemed like somehow my password got changed or something. Let's see. I have 9,222 points available. I wish I had set this up before because I would have a lot more than that. Is that does it just reset after every 10,000? Is that what happens? Because I feel like I had a lot more than that at one point. I'm looking to see if I can find out where like the total points is. I don't see it. So far, I've only got 5 movies under my belt since I signed up for this. A Quiet Place Part 2, Shang-Chi, The Legend of the Ten Rings, Venom, Let There Be Carnage, Halloween Kills, and Ghostbusters Afterlife. It's kind of cool that you can go back and see your tickets on the app. I like that. Joe, I think we really need to hit the synthetic price failure at 35.76 for the bleeding to stop. It could go down a little bit further than that to 34.89. Somewhere in there, I think we'll find a turnaround point. But I do think that I think we need to hit at least this blue line, which is kind of hidden by the yellow line right there. But Yishin, that's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. I know a lot of people are saying, get rid of Robinhood, get rid of Webull. Just to be completely transparent with you guys, I do have 5 shares through Webull. It's just 5 shares. It's some shares that I had purchased with some remaining balance that I had on the account. But it's the only shares that I own through Webull at all. It's just those 5 shares, and I refuse to sell them because of my doggone stubbornness. I could get them transferred over to Fidelity, but I think the transfer fee would probably not be worth it. Guys, I went back and I listened to one of Lou's videos. I'm gonna go ahead and just say this openly. I went back and watched one of Lou's videos, and he's talking about getting off of um, some of the platforms that have payment for order flow, free trading. And so it seems like he's not saying stop buying. He's saying more stop the payment for order flow. That's not the original message that I was hearing. the original message was just to stop buying. Now, if he's just saying stop the payment for order flow, then I could sign on that. You know, I would agree that reducing the amount of money that we go through payment for order flow would be good. And if you're trading through any of those sites, then you're handing money to the enemy. But I'll use this I'll use this analogy again for those of you who are watching now and may have not seen it yesterday. If this is all the entire market's payment for order flow right here, and we decide to stop buying AMC through payment for order flow, this is what we've just taken out of their money, right? That's all you've done. You've reduced the amount of money that we're bleeding off to hedge funds by this much. Okay, they're still getting all this. It's really who you're doing your share purchasing through that makes a difference. It's not who you're buying AMC through, but where you're buying everything. But the problem is that you have to get this message across to everybody. Everybody has to hear this message, not just apes, everybody. Because in order to get rid of this, you have to have everybody stop trading on apps that are handing cash over through payment payment for order flow. So, anyways, that's what I'm going to say about that. Yeah, I'm not sure which video it was specifically that I saw. But the one that I saw, he was saying like it's like his point about them using money against us from our orders came through the free trading apps where there's like Webull, Robinhood, who do payment for order flow. And so I think what he's trying to suggest is that if we can get rid of the payment for order flow, that it'll be a lot better for us. And I would sign on to that. That I would sign on to. I think that's 100% accurate. But the problem is, well, Bill, it is better. It is better, but only because you can route your shares. You can't, or sorry, I said share because you said shares. I saw your last message there right as I said it. You can route your orders to the lit market and on Fidelity, which is not necessarily the case on all of them. But in order for you to do that, you have to go through some extra steps. So you have to be willing to go the extra mile in order to make your trades. So again, that's kind of the part that I'm telling you with the poker chips, right? I'm trying to tell you like, this needs to be across the board because they've got all this. Their money's this entire stack right here. This is everybody trading on all these platforms, right? And by telling just the apes to stop doing it, they still are getting this. And so I'm suggesting to you that this right here, this is not what's killing us, right? That's not what's killing us. There's plenty worse things. There's plenty worse things. The dark pools are the off exchange is really screwing us over. Payment for order flow is not great, but it's not the worst of the things. Yeah, I mean you can't just well, it's just like it. Whereas if you just do normal trades, like if you're just doing your transaction normally and you're not actually actively telling Fidelity where you want your trades to go through, then the payment for order flow could be in play for you. The difference, though, Ishin, is that you can change what market you're selling to or trading through. So, if that's, if your main objective is to get out of PFOF, then Fidelity is a good option for that. It's not the only option. There's other options, but it is definitely an option to where you can get out of that cycle. Trey put out a video last night that I saw where he was saying he got an email from Webull about why he's not advertising Webull any longer, and he kind of goes through and talks about why that is. Fidelity did not take out the buy button. Yishin here. I'll post you up something for you. 1 second. If you go to my description box, you can find, I believe, the same link. Actually, that's probably what I'm going to do. Yep, that's what I'm doing. It's like right at the very top, Yishin, but you can click on this link here, and what that will do is show you what happened back in January. It's a very comprehensive list of all the different brokers that were out there and what they did during the January run-up. So you can see who the good brokers are, who the bad brokers are. Whether or not the same thing is going to happen this next time around, who's to say, right? We have no idea. But you can take a look at the past history. Watch the newest video from Rico. Fidelity is no better than any broker. Just because they don't have an answer on how many shares that are available doesn't mean that that's a bad thing. I'll watch the video on my break. I actually don't think I've ever watched anything from Rico before. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna start searching for some new music for today, guys. Real quickly here, since I'm gonna be going to break. See what I can find. I feel like I'm gonna go back to cinematic. Man, I cannot find music this morning. All right, here we go. I'll start you guys off with this, and I'll see you guys back here 15 minutes before market open. Ugh. All right, see you guys in a bit. All right, guys, I'm back. I went ahead and took a look at what's going on here with share borrowing. We did have a low amount of shares being borrowed so far this morning. It was only 1.5 million, which is definitely low. It looks to be like there's a little bit of a strategy going on here, where they're borrowing little bits amounts, and then returning them fairly quickly. So it's a little bit of a different strategy that's going on right here with the borrowing. And it's primarily happening out of the ETFs. But it looks to me that they've borrowed an additional 500,000 in shares. And so far this morning it was only 1.5, so that's going to move us up to 2 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. A normal day for us is about 4.5 million shares, so they're definitely under what they would normally borrow in a day. I do have price predictions, I believe, from I think almost everybody. I'm not sure if Monty's given his price prediction, but I'm not looking just yet because I don't want to see it. I think I'm going to go myself. I think I'm gonna guess somewhere between. I'm gonna go 36 to 39. 36 to 39 is gonna be my price prediction for the day today. Let's see. I got Duncan in here. He's got 35.5 to 38.5. And on my texts, I've got Eric coming in at 35 to 38. And Monty, let's see what Monty's got. 36.75 to 39.75. Okay. Um, Games for Fun TV said, "Hi, you think it's worth buying AMC, or should I wait for the sell-off then buy?" I can't tell you what I think you should do. I am more like a day trader, make money, run. Well, Games for Fun TV, what I will tell you is that AMC, I think, is a long play, and if that's what you're into is making money and run, I can't help you. Um, I see more of AMC as being a long play, and if I was going to suggest anything, it's to buy and hold. That would be what I would suggest. That's what helps us out the most here. If you are a day trader, there are definitely some tools that you can use to help you to identify when good buying and selling opportunities are. Um, and I acknowledge the fact that there's day traders out there. I understand that. I understand that everybody wants to make some money. Um, but I really see GameStop. Well, I see GameStop as a long play too. I see GameStop and AMC as both being long plays, and AMC is just kind of one of those things where um, I think that we're trying to accomplish something with the short squeeze. So that's only really most easily achieved by buying and holding. So, Bill, when you say brokers can only sell you real share, they can't sell you real shares right now, and only synthetics available. What I'm going to tell you is that all shares that you buy are synthetics, all shares. You can't go to your broker and ask your broker what your share number is. And if you can't ask that question and get an answer, every single share that you buy, doesn't matter if it's AMC, it doesn't matter if it's CAR, doesn't matter if it's DWAC, doesn't matter if it's fund. I don't care what stock it is that you're buying it in, it is not a real share because you're going through your broker. And so synthetics are just as good as real shares. They are IOUs and they count 100% as a real share. You are owed for that synthetic just as much as you would be if it were a real share. So the only way that you can get a real technical share is to get it in paper form. Everything else is synthetics. Everything. So yeah, I mean it's kind of convoluted how we look at shares as being real and unreal, and they're just not real ever, because you don't have a share number. You have to have a share number to be a real share, and those only come in paper form. And so call and talk to any broker. They will try to talk you out of buying AMC 100%. This is kind of the argument that I was making about why you need to be with a broker versus being with DRS. And the reason behind that is that when you buy shares through a broker, it forces them into a long position because you're holding a long position, and they have to hold collateral shares in order to do this. And so you're essentially tying the broker into your play. And what does that give you? It gives you high frequency trading abilities because your broker has those abilities. You're tying brokers into fighting the battle that we need to have fought. And you don't have that when you go through ComputerShare. ComputerShare doesn't fight those battles that your brokers fight. And if your brokers don't have any reason to be attached to this stock, they won't be. And that's why they won't suggest you to buy this. We are moving into the opening portion of the market here, so I need to get the show started here. Good morning, Sean. I still have your number up there, 3685. Looks like we're getting right back to it finally after a nice big drop this morning. Good morning, JP. JP's going 3550 to 3850. Okay, I was going to ask you that question, Sean. Thanks. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start the show, guys. I will see you on the flip side of market open. Let's do it.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and S10.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I wish you could swim like a These events are part of a larger story about the intersection of finance and technology, which have lived in a symbiotic relationship since antiquity. And one thing that I've come to believe is that technology can bring greater access to our capital markets. Our central question is this, though. When new technologies come along and change the face of finance, as they have done for decades, how do we continue to achieve our core public policy goals? In my role, I will always be animated by thinking about working families in the SEC's three-part mission: protecting investors, promoting fair, orderly, and efficient markets, facilitating capital formation.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Yes, it's another day. Another day, another dollar. For those of you who weren't here earlier, we do have price predictions in, and this is just for all in good fun. This is not trying to be, this is definitely what the price is going to be at the end of the day. This is just for fun, trying to keep ourselves in tune with what's going on with our stock. Four of us daily do price predictions, and any of you who want to punch it into the comment section, you're welcome to do so there as well. I'm 36 to 39. Eric is 35 to 38. Duncan is 35.5 to 38.5, and Monty is 36.75 to 39.75. So all of us really coming in quite tight. The lowest value is Eric again with 35. The highest value is Monty's with 39.75. So only a $4.75 range between the four of us, and yeah. I am expecting, so the title for today, SPF 3576, wait for it. I really do believe that they're going to try and push this thing down to 3576. I think we'll see a bounce off of something down here. Not exactly saying exactly at 3576. I'm not sure how much further. It could make it down to 3489. This would be the synthetic price failure beginning at 3576. We typically see really strong bounces off of 20% drops in price. Our last high was $44.43. 35.76 is 19.5% down from that point. That's really when synthetic price failures start or end. That's how you know you've hit a synthetic price failure. For the week, I poll every Monday. I poll you guys to see what your feelings are on our closing price for the end of the week. I'm going to go ahead and post this up again. We had 83 people who voted yesterday on this. I'm going to post it up there for the results so you guys can see them. The big winner was between 50 and 55 plus. That's actually who won last week as well. So no big surprise there. I think that's who won last week. Let me make sure that's right. Yeah, that's right. Last week, the runner-up price prediction was 35 to 40, which is where we finished. This week, the second place position is also 35 to 40. So we might actually see a finish somewhere around that 35 to 40. I'm kind of guessing 45 to 50. That's my guess. So, and I actually would be in the third place position of, oh no, I'm sorry, fourth place. The lowest amount of people thought 45 to 50. So, yeah, so don't listen to what I have to say about price predictions, because obviously I don't get it right. Volume is where it's at for me. I really care more about volume than anything. And today I'm kind of looking between 20 and 40 million shares having been traded for the day today. Bondaro says 35.85. 35.85 is the bottom. A break below that level would break the trend and throw us far back. That will not happen. We are now at liquidity levels we stay strong according to the oscillators, there will be a powerful reversal today or tomorrow. I would tend to agree with that last part of it that he was saying there with the reversal today or tomorrow. I'm kind of suggesting that it looks to me like we might be coming towards the end of a very long wedge, not the 5-month wedge, but a much shorter wedge that started perhaps around the actually the top point started on the 11/8, so it's nearly a month-long wedge where we're hitting up against the bottom side of this wedge right now. And did I create this on the 30? No, I had to have created this on the hour. It's important to make sure that on Webull that you always look at your pattern formations on the same time interval that you created it on, because otherwise it changes the line points for the pricing. So we're really close. We hit the bottom side of this line yesterday. We're really close to hitting it. It doesn't quite make it to the 35.76 point that I said. I'm expecting that there's a chance that we break out past it and then like a false breakout maybe, and then breaking back up into it. And it's a possible breakout on either Thursday or Friday of this trend. If they can't make it to 36.76 or 35.76, I will. I mean, give yourself a pat on the back, because anytime they push the price down to that 19.5%, and it becomes no longer cost effective, and they give up on it, that's really good work on our part. Really good work. That's huge amounts of buying pressure that they just can't compete with. But if I draw back out to the 30-minute, you can see the attempt. 35.76. The attempt has been there at least once, twice, 3 times. If I scroll back a little bit further, you could almost say that there's maybe a 4th time. Although I believe this is the 44.43 mark. Yeah, it is. So really, there's since that point in time, that high, they've only tried to get past it 3 times. So once, twice, and a 3rd time right here. They've gotten close. They've gotten really, really close. But nothing has been able to break down past below it just yet. Which is really surprising, honestly, in my opinion, especially with these big, huge dips like this. A lot of retail investors might get a little shy and sell paper hand away here, but we're still holding really, really strong, which is very important. Super important, because it shows strength. Got about 15 minutes before I do the first technical analysis of the day. First technical analysis of the day since the market opened. Let's see if we got any new tweets from Adam Aaron. No new tweets from Adam Aaron. I'm going through right now to see if there's any kind of new news to report on. I forgot to go watch the video that somebody had recommended, Rico's video. I'll do that on next break. Next break's a good break for me to watch stuff on. I'll go watch that Rico video later. I mean, you can just tell. You can tell they're really driving, trying to get down to that 35.76 point. And they may have to let this run a little. They may have to let it run a little bit up before they drop it really hard. I'll tell you where we can see it though. There's two places: off exchange and share borrowing. And so far today, as it stands, I have not seen high levels of shares being borrowed. Only returns for the most part. So far, we're about 2 million shares having been borrowed, with a normal day being about 4.5. Ortex is reporting, actually, it's reporting almost exactly what Stonko Tracker is reporting for shares borrowed so far for the day. It's reporting 1.98 million. That's pretty unusual to see have happen. That's actually maybe the first time I have ever seen that. We might have enough of a trend here to draw something out. Falling volume, falling price, bullish. Let's put our rectangle in here, leaving out just the tip. Let's take a look at it. See, I have the 3 Sigma set up on this fish killer. I like 3 Sigma just because I know that like 98 point, I forget what it is, 98 point something % of it's supposed to be in, is it, or maybe it's 99.1. I always forget what the dang it. I used to do this for so many years. It boggles my mind that I can't remember these kind of numbers. I used to know those numbers off the top of my head like they were nothing. Let me look it up again here. Standard bell curve. 99.7. Geez, why couldn't I remember that? 99.7% of the data on a 3 Sigma is supposed to be inside here. So that's, most of the data. And that's why I set mine for a 3 Sigma. I want to see the absolute, like, this is definitely market manipulation moments. Or abnormal. It doesn't necessarily have to be market manipulation, but very abnormal buying patterns, buying and selling patterns. So definitely a couple abnormal points here, which is, this is where you would tend to see a reversal, at least back down to the simple moving average. In this point, it actually reversed all the way down to the bottom side, touched the Bollinger here. And this is on the 1 minute, of course. But You can definitely see volatility widening as these lines, as the upper band and lower band widen. That's more volatility. $35.76. Here it comes. VIX is up 10%. Wow. Volatility is super high. Super, super high. Fish Killer saying we touched it so many intervals. You're probably running on a 2 sigma. Because, I mean, a lot of these would be touching a lot of crazy volatility. Paul coming in with a 34 to 37 price prediction for today. That might actually be a winner. I think 34 to 37 could be good. I know I know what's really funny to me is that I picked 36 to 39, but then I say, yeah, I like that better. Why the heck didn't I pick it? I don't know. I think sometimes when it comes to pricing, I think I'm a little too optimistic, which is fine. I don't mind. I don't mind. It's for me, price is more of a game than anything. I'm really concerned about the volume. I really care more about the volume than anything. Price is just fun. I got 35.76. I don't know if that's the turnaround point or not. Active. I think it could potentially drop further. It just depends on how many paper hands we had from 44.43 down. Uh, the more paper hands we had along the way, the further down the price will go. So right now, to me, I mean, based on what I'm seeing right now, it doesn't appear like every time they let this go here, you can see it running up. Um, and here most these doji candles. This is excuse me. This is a fight. They let the price go, but they were controlling it, and they said nope, attack it down more. Let's see what our volume is. A lot of these, how I was telling you guys, they want to see under like 60,000 in volume. We had a really high minute here. 128,000 shares, 289,000 shares, 150,000 shares. The volume is not where they want it at yet, and they will continue to drop this price until that volume gets down low enough to where they can keep investors from wanting to buy more shares. Usually, the attack on volume starts around 10 a.m., which we are not there yet. And in fact, if there was any point in time that I would say that the attack on volume started this morning, it looks like it started around 9:35, which is 25 minutes earlier than normal. Actually, no, I would say it would started right about here. Yeah, 9:35, 9:36. All right, here's either a potential breakout right here. This may be the 35.76. If they touch this, they may let it run. Let's see if they borrowed more shares. Yep, they borrowed about 50,000 more shares. We're now at 2.05 shares borrowed for the day today. 50,000 more shares. Maybe that's enough, just enough to get them down there. Yes, GD. That would be my thesis. So so if I pull, I think if I'm reading what you're saying correctly, let me just reread it one more time. So what is more naked shorts being created, keeping the price down without increasing percentage short or long selling selling out at a high rate on top of this. So kind of yes. So if I pull this up over here like this, this is my little cheat sheet over here. There's almost exactly 30 million shares left available to borrow. Now there's more than that. We've seen it get up to 155 million total in the past, so I know there's more available shares out there than just the 115.7. But they have available to borrow today 30 million shares, and that will increase if we had like a huge spike today. You'll see them go out and fish for some more shares to borrow. But they do have a inventory of shares to borrow today that they are just waiting to jump on, and they will use those shares to drive the price down to keep it from rising too quickly. So that is definitely the plan in the next few weeks from now, as price probably does start to go up. They're going to try and control it as much as possible. And like Monty just said, those will turn into failure to delivers. When they borrow those shares, those will turn into failure to delivers. It's not about them running out of ammo, GD. It's more about being too leveraged. That's when they run out of ammo. When they're so over leveraged that they can't, when they fail to meet liquidity requirements. And so that's, and of course it's going to happen to the smaller hedge funds first. So once they no longer can keep price above or below a certain value that they need to keep it under in order to have to meet their liquidity requirements, then they get margin called. So that's when they run out of ammo. The margin calls. Okay, here we go. Did we touch it? Did we touch it? Oh, so close. So stinking close. 35.84. 35.82. Yes, they are. But they are counting against them. There we go. 35.75. Okay, so now the question is 20% is really the turnaround point. So 20%, 19.5 means that we've hit synthetic price failure. We've definitely hit synthetic price failure. The question is are we going to hit lower? And it will all be based on how many people sold shares between 44.43 and where we're at now. So if we see this thing tank down to this red line here, then we know people have sold quite a few shares. I wouldn't imagine that's necessarily the case. Over the last week or two, I've seen some pretty heavy buying on Fidelity's side. So I'm not expecting it to necessarily reach this. It might just barely get to 34.89, but 20% from the previous value. Let's see, we're currently at 35.62. That is 19.8%. We're almost to 20%. 35.60. That is 19.9%. Still 19% at 35.57. We didn't quite get the breakout inside this box here, but I would imagine the next minute will be the breakout. So this is the moment of truth. This is the moment of truth when we get past this 35.76. This is where we're going to find out how many people sold shares on our path down from 44.43 down to where we're at currently. 35.56. 20%. We've hit 20% now officially. It is 9 o'clock in the morning. It's time to do Technical analysis. We'll come back to this. We'll come back and revisit. 35.52 is the new low. That is 20.1%. Like I said, once we hit this red line, that means that we've had paper hands along this path, this journey down. Okay, 35.52. We'll see now. So here. Okay, so two things will happen right now. One of two things will happen. They'll either release this and let it rise in price to where we could see it as much as a 15% gain in price, or they may release it to some extent and then try to continue to drive it down. If they're finding paper hands in here, anywhere along the way, if they're finding paper hands in here, they will go for a secondary attack. So we may see price start to drive back up, maybe around $36, $37, and then another attack back down to see if they can't find some more paper hands. We're in that sweet zone. We are definitely in the sweet zone for them looking for paper hands here. Let's do the technical analysis. I know it's nail biting. Like for me, it's nail biting. I want to see this because I just love seeing this stuff so much. But let me go ahead and pull up. Let me go ahead and pull up Fidelity, refresh it. I'll let you guys continue to watch while I'm doing that on the side. All right, I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen. And we're going to go over everything since this is the first technical analysis of the day today. Well, let's take a look at it all. Starting with the top left-hand corner, price prediction tallies. Monty, Eric, myself, and Duncan, we all missed yesterday. Nobody got it right. Eric was the closest at 35. I think he was at 37.5. I think he might have been the closest to the price. We all were way high. So we got a missed tally mark in there. Short exempt volume did increase more than double day over day from Friday to Monday. To be expected since we did have more volume. Utilization also increased. The reason it increased was because they borrowed shares yesterday. Haven't seen them borrow shares in quite a while. It's good to see them borrowing. Day over day price increase. We had a decrease of 2.1% yesterday in day over day pricing. The off exchange. Normally I would expect to see about 53% in the off exchange at this point in time. Let me refresh it. We're currently at 52.69. Is really close. The number that you just saw there just a second ago was actually yesterday's final number. We are really close to what we would normally see in the off exchange. Updating Ortex. Currently they are showing 2.1 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. The estimated current short share interest is going to be up because of that to 16.22%. Moving to the top right-hand side of the page, you'll see institutional share ownership. I think it's like the fourth line down. 171.6 million shares. Let's refresh that and see if it's updated. 171.862. I believe that is a new record. Let's see. 171,642 was the previous high. So we have a new high in institutional share ownership. Let me write that down for today's date, the 30th. Institutions are still buying. Remember, this is reported data that's delayed. By about 3 or 4 months, somewhere around there, I think. Moving down to Max Pain. Max Pain is still the same as yesterday, as $38. And options chain. Let me update it. Highest amount of volume for today on the call side. Currently $40. That was the same as yesterday. Our total volume so far is 4.4 thousand contracts. On the put side, highest amount of volume. Oh, lordy. I didn't update. There we go. That looks better. On the put side, highest amount of volume. Real close tie between 35 and 34, but 35 is pulling ahead. Yesterday it was 34, so it is a buck higher, but just barely. 1.8 thousand contracts. We have a little under a 3-to-1 ratio. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, a little under a 3-to-1 ratio in volume on those two highest amounts of volume, calls versus puts, with a $5 spread, meaning that it's signaling towards a $37.50 close price for the day today. That's what it's signaling towards. But the open interest, interestingly enough, is signaling for a 35 closing price by the end of the week. Taking you guys over to Ortex so you can see what's going on there. Trying to think what I really want to show you. Well, the on loan amount increased ever so slightly. It's a little tiny blip that you can barely even see on the screen here. If I zoom in on it just a tad bit, it'll be easier for you to see it. But it did increase from 85.5 million shares on loan to 85.8. So like a 300,000 share increase, which is good. We want to see borrowing going up. On loan average age per day, that's going to start shooting up. This is probably one of the biggest numbers that we had. We went from 77.7. Of course, as they have really old loans that are on loan, this is going to continue to go higher. But as they start to pick up new loans, this is going to just skyrocket. 77.7 up to 79.4 today. Pretty high number. If we do increase that same amount tomorrow, we will have a record high for this. The previous record being 80.05. Super, super close to breaking a record on that one. Looking really good. This is our utilization increasing. You can see the nice little hook at the bottom down there. And this is our estimated short share interest of the free float, ever so slightly increasing as well. I do want to throw out one more number. The exchange reported short interest could very well possibly cross over. I don't know. It depends on what the next reporting value is, but it could cross over. The last time that value crossed over, just before, well, the actual crossover was just after the big, huge price increase. So that's because, you know, a whole bunch of shares were borrowed really quickly, but the amount of short interest didn't actually go up until later. So we could be having a setup very, very similar to what we had from previously. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME not in the top 10. Yesterday, I think we held out at about 14th position. Today, we're at 13th. We have 60% buys to 40% sells. I don't like to see it get much lower than this, but I kid you not, guys. We have had higher buying by at least around 60% or greater since last Tuesday. We've had tremendous amounts of buying pressure over selling pressure for an entire week, and we have not seen it in price discovery. They can't suppress this forever. They just can't. GME is on the list. They are 30th position with 70% buys to 30% sales, looking really strong on their orders, just not their volume. Taking a look at shares having been borrowed for the day today, looks like they borrowed another 100K. We are now at 2.15 million shares having been borrowed for the day today, and 3.4 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 52.5 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. Out of the money calls, contracts have finally broken that 100,000 mark that I hate seeing us break. I really like to, I want that number to stay under 100K. Really want to see it stay under 100. I hate seeing apes lose. The NASDAQ is up 0.16, Dow Jones is down 0.57, S&P 500 is down 0.25. The market's the market's hot. I don't want to say on fire yet. I'm going to reserve fire for being only 1,000 advancers, less than 2,000 advancers. So it's getting close to fire. It's hot. Don't burn yourself. 4,630 decliners to 2,661 advancers. Tesla is currently up 2.25. Hood is up 0.48. Amazon is up 0.55. Cinemark is down 3.45. Doge is up 3%. GME is down 1.32, and AMC is down just roughly, was 3%. Now it's starting to climb. It's like 2.88%. Our inflow versus outflow is currently even, almost dead nuts even. 5.33 million shares having been borrowed for the morning so far, roughly almost 30 minutes into trading. Looks to me like we're on pace for about 48.7 million shares being traded for the day today. My estimation in volume prediction was 20 to 40 million. That will drop more than likely throughout the day unless something just absolutely nutty happens in the middle of the day. Taking a look at the day, we currently have, we've broken out of our 5-month, so let me get rid of this Bollinger. We've broken out of our 5-month wedge. We are definitely below it, but I drew this out this morning because I wanted everybody to see this. If you had drawn the same wedge for last time we were, between January and June, we did have a breakout very similar to this before moving upwards. Not quite a full 2 candlesticks, but it was at least 1 full candlestick outside. The second one was really, the main portion of the candle was outside of it. Even the main on the third was outside of it. It wasn't until the 4th day that it actually started breaking back inside the wedge and then through the wedge really hard. So, that's something to just consider about the past. We have definitely seen breakouts outside of the wedges in the past. We are breaking outside the wedge now. We are currently on our second full body outside of the wedge. On the daily indicator, earlier this morning we were more selling pressure than buying pressure, but right now it's flipped over to more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.02. On a 1 hour, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a RSI of 36.55. On a 30-minute interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a RSI of 36. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.38. We are definitely getting close to the very bottom of this thing. You can see it. Every single one of these indicators are saying that there's a little bit more selling that's going to be occurring here. I can't tell you how much. I don't know exactly for sure. We definitely have broken out of this pattern right here. Let me delete it. And what we might have going on here is a pennant. Let me see where I want to decide on this flagpole start point. If we're going to call it here, 937 to 10:01. So 24 minutes. 24 minutes. Let me draw this out. One, two, three. That should be about right. And here. If this is a true, oops. If this is a true pennant, son of a gun. And even though I'm drawing this out, I can almost tell you already it's not, because we're obviously breaking outside the top, and that's what I was getting to, but it didn't give me a chance to get there. What I was going to say was, if this was a true pennant, then the breakout should be within 24 minutes, but it would be down, not up. 24 minutes from 10:02 would have been 10:24. We are not at 10:24. It would have been kind of like in this sector right in here. I would say the breakout should have been right about here, but it doesn't appear that this is a pennant as of this point in time, as price is starting to rise. We'll have to see what happens here. We're not out of it yet. If it goes beyond this blue box, then I would say that there's a chance that it may not be a pennant. It's more of a wedge, and we could break out going up. Could, being the operative word. Wedges are really difficult to tell which way they're going to go. Let's do a little chart. Let's do a little trend channel on this. Yeah, so far, if this is a wedge, if this ends up being a wedge instead of a pennant, at this point in time, I would say it would break out going up. All right, I'm back to what you guys are saying here. I'm not a genius, John. Not a genius. I promise. I've been wrong plenty of times. But I'll tell you what, though. These 20, 35, and 60% drops in prices, those windows of turnaround points are very, very strong in the market everywhere you look. And the only reason that I found those to begin with was because, I decided to model out the squeeze of GME and see if I couldn't find some specific patterns that continuously repeated themselves. And once I found those were 20, 35, and 60% price points, dips in price that you would see. But you had to track it a certain way. You had to pretend as though you were living in the moment as you track the data, which is great because it doesn't tell you what the future holds, right? We never know what the future is going to hold for us. But if you can find patterns in how price is moving over time, because we all know that these are trading on algorithms, right? And if you know anything about algorithms, what you know is that you don't just change algorithms. It doesn't happen like that. Algorithms are something that you have set up, and a modification to the algorithm is like it's it's something that has to be tried and true, something that's tested over a very long period of time. And this market has been around for eons. And I guarantee you that all of the trend analysis and all the analysis over the years has all the work has been done. The work has been done. The formulas have been plugged into the algorithms. They know when to trade, when not to trade, and they let the computers do the work. They are not just going to modify those. So I knew that if I could find some kind of algorithmic holes, that it would help me to identify what would happen with the squeeze with AMC, and I found them. I found the holes, and then I took that information and I applied it, and I went and looked at other squeezes to see if it held true, and it did. And that was probably the most refreshing part to me, was that I could take that same information, apply it to any other squeeze. I actually only applied it to two other squeezes, the VW and Tesla, but I applied it to them, and it worked. The same gaps appeared. And interestingly enough, you can apply the same data to cryptocurrency, and the same holes appear. They're not exactly at the same percentages, though. For some reason or another, cryptocurrency gets traded on different algorithms, and I'm not sure exactly why, but I found the same holes. They're just a little bit different numbers. But if you figure out the holes in the algorithms, you know where the swing points are going to be. I'm still reading, guys. I'm trying to make sense of what it is you guys are talking about, and I feel like I'm missing something about this 369. The 369 is from a video Jay Ingram put out this morning referring to December 3rd, 6th, and 9th. I would not pay much attention to it. Okay, I don't know about that obviously yet. The green candle tip. I actually drew the trend out before the green candle tip. Who wrote that? Why didn't you? Doc, I didn't count it because I drew it based off of this. I was basing it off of this point right here when I was drawing it out. And price was actually starting to increase, and I just used this same point right here. So here's the breakout. It is happening 1024 on the dot, which was what it was supposed to be, was 1024. This is a pennant. It's exactly what this is. It's happening exactly when it was supposed to happen at 1024. All right, so here's the question, guys. Did we have paper hands on our way down from 44.43 to whatever price we end up getting to? If we hit 34.89, we know we've had some paper hands. I almost expect it to be the case. Very often, it's just, we can't help it, right? We're going to lose some people along the way. It just happens. And, for whatever reason, they may have sold some shares here and there. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. But the lower it goes below 34.89, the more paper hands you know that there were. So we'll have to see what happens here. Take a couple hits of DMT. I don't even know what DMT is. We dropped from 42 to 35, so lame. Worse than that, Ivan. We dropped from 44, 43, and it's great. It's absolutely great. That usually means a huge price increase is coming. Don't fret. The dips in prices, those are your friend, not your enemy. I promise you. They're totally one of the best signs we could possibly have towards price increasing. With institutional ownership on the rise, I guess it is a sign many retail have sold. I don't know that I would say that. I don't know that I would say that necessarily. There may have been some selling off going on over the last few days, but not by in the last week, Anthony. We have had tremendous amounts of buy orders over sell orders. Delusion, those are available to borrow. They have 30 million shares available to borrow out there. Oh, guys, why didn't you guys tell me I didn't have the data on the screen? I didn't even notice that I didn't have it up there. I apologize. Institutional shares buying, borrow. Whoa. Institutional share borrowing is definitely going on. They borrowed about 300,000 shares yesterday. They're borrowing more shares today, but it's actually kind of on the down low. They don't have a whole lot of shares that they borrowed. But when they do let this run, you can expect there to be a ton of borrowing going on. Is a venom from a toad that's hallucinogenic and makes you see robotic elves and stuff. Mike Tyson took it and changed his personality from the baddest to the most humblest person. I might skip out on that one. It sounds like a good time for maybe somebody. That one sounds a little scary to me. I don't know if I want to. I think Bad Back would say I probably don't need that. It's like giving that's can you imagine like giving DMT to Santa Claus? What would that be like? What does it do to Santa Claus? I can't imagine. Yeah. I feel like I've already cracked it though. I mean, I haven't cracked the algorithms. What I found was I found holes, turnaround points, so to speak, points where they like to drive to roundabout numbers and then let it run. See, that's the beauty of it, Anthony. That really is the beauty of it. When people suggest, and of course now I'm finding out that it's not just not buying, but not buying through payment for order flow brokers. But when we are buying shares, we're competing. We're competing with hedge funds to steal those shares off the market. So when people are diamond handing their shares away, That is the hope. That is or I said diamond handing. When they're paper handing away their shares, hopefully they are finding their way into the hands of diamond hands, because really that's what we need. That's where we need them to go. When they go into diamond hands accounts and they just sit there and do nothing, that's when it really hurts the hedge funds the most. VIX is on the rise again. I'm gonna have to put up VIX on my screen, I think. I might pull that up. I feel like I need to watch it. I already put. I was looking at it this weekend. You'll see I've got VIX and IWM in here. I was actually looking at it this weekend. There was some very interesting stuff that happened, and I was kind of looking at VIX with AP. AP and I were talking this weekend, and we always talk the night before opening Mondays, and we looked at the VIX. I'm gonna go ahead and add that. And we'll move my logo down so you can still see AMC on the left. Not that you can't see it on the top right, but 35.40 is our low. 35.40. That is a 20.3% drop from 44.43. I will tell you guys right now, this is same scenario as what I said earlier. What we're looking for is at least a minimum of a 15% increase in price. If we see 15%, there's a very good chance this thing runs further. If we see less than a 15% increase before we see a turnaround in price, then it's going to be another attack down to try and generate more paper hands. Kind of like a false I don't know what to call it, a false we'll just call it a bull trap. It's a bull trap. %. False flag. Thank you. Thank you, Sean. I see. I'm not really good with the terminology, so I make up like my own terms. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate you for learning me. This is a learning channel. False flag. Thank you. Doc said the shallow. I love what you just wrote there, Doc. I would agree with that. The shallow price penetration and low volume indicate sellers are exhausted. That is absolutely what this means. When you have this much low volume, volume is generated from people selling shares. Believe it or not, that's where volume comes from. It doesn't come from us buying shares. It comes from us selling shares. Why? Because when we sell our shares to the market, what do the hedge funds do? They internalize everything. They internalize it. They start trading it back and forth on the market, and they see if they can't hand it out someplace else. They will trade it back and forth as many times as possible to try and bleed as much money out of that single share as they possibly can before they exhaust the share price and then finally give it back to the lit market. They will generate what I like to refer to as like maybe fake volume, right? Synthetic volume, and so that's where volume comes from. It comes from people selling their shares. It doesn't come from us buying. It really doesn't. And so when you see volume decreasing over time, that's people holding. That's people holding. Oh, bad back. You say that now, but what are you going to be saying when it's not a turd? I'm curious. What were you saying back in June? Well, I'm sorry, late May. It doesn't look like a turd to me. So this breakout that we just had right here wasn't a very strong breakout, so I feel like there's a lot of support at this level of support here. I've got the Fibonacci drawn at 35.33. It looks like the actual support line might be around like 35.40. So far they've hit it at least three times. It looks like this is the fourth. This might be the final breakthrough of that 35.40 range. June, I was saying I can't believe this turd made me so much money. Okay, here we go, guys. 34.89. This is the moment of truth here. Did we generate paper hands? Amazon and Target play outside role in port congestion and pollution, report finds. Amazon and Target are playing a big role in the port pollution crisis along the U.S. West Coast, according to a report published today. These retail giants are among the top importers in the U.S., and they rely heavily on shipping routes between China and California. Communities near the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles have some of the worst air quality in the nation, thanks in large part to America's shopping habits. Online shopping, which increased during the pandemic, has made the situation worse. So is a supply chain crisis that's caused traffic jams just offshore of the twin ports, which make up the busiest port complex in the Western Hemisphere. Amazon and Target have an outsized impact on port congestion and pollution because they send most of their goods through these ports. The two companies are directly responsible for harming these communities, says the report by nonprofit environmental groups Pacific Environment and Stand.Earth. I'm not even going to read the rest. It's starting to sound like a green post. Who is this by? The Verge. I don't know who The Verge is. Always important to look to see who puts out the article. I don't know about you guys, but I really want to see Sony release their numbers on ticket sales for the weekend. I don't know if they've done that or not yet. Sean says midday battle will be for 36 if we break it. The blue line is in play again, and it will give us a doji for the day. Let's see. Yep, 35.24. I'll log it down. 20.7% down. Getting close to the red line. Entire market went red. Not Tesla. But is it heading there? No, it looks like Tesla's still going up. Doge's still going up. Let's see, I got about 20 more minutes before I do the next technical analysis. Oh, they're testifying right now, Monty? Let me see if I can pull that up. Good one, good call.
This on NDAA. After spending months insisting that the Senate should take swift action on our annual defense bill, last night Republicans mounted a partisan filibuster blocking this chamber from moving forward on the NDAA. For the information of all, before the vote closed last night, I changed my vote to no and then entered a motion to reconsider the cloture vote so we can find a path forward on this important bill. Now, we've heard over and over and
Sorry, that was the NDAA. That was Senator Schumer. Let me see if I can find the what we were talking about here. If you have a link to it, Monty, throw it on up there. MCON, is this the last gasp? I mean, I don't know how far down it's going to go, but I can tell you right now that it's in the sweet spot as far as a turnaround point goes. So, I mean, we're definitely primed for a turnaround. If we break this red line, there's no telling how far down it could go, because there will be, that's going to be basically signifying to us that there were some paper hands on this price drop from 44.43 down to where we're at currently. So I can't really say how much further below that it would go. It's just going to depend on whether or not people are selling shares. That's what it's really going to depend on. Yeah, exactly. The algos are hunting for shares. They're hunting for shares right now, and if they find them, they'll continue to drop the price. If they're not finding shares, then you'll see a reversal.
Would be something that would be challenging for families experiencing homelessness. We created an opportunity for ERA grantees to provide individuals with a letter of intent to pay a rental obligation.
Thank you, Monty.
So with this letter of intent, that would make it easier for the homeless to be able to secure housing. So those are two forms of flexibility we think will help, and we'd be glad to work with you to see if we can identify more.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And on communicating those provisions to local authorities would be helpful. And just a final point, Secretary Yellen, this is with the Homeowner Assistance Fund. I know you're looking at the state plans. And if you could accelerate that to get
how
the
to
money
talk
out,
over this.
because
I'm just gonna pause
as you
it.
well know.
So as far as what you said, Bondaro, 29 to 32, like I said, it's all going to matter. We've gotten into synthetic price failure. The amount of people who sell shares now is going to be dependent upon how low the price goes. It may also depend on resistance to selling pressure. So if people have stopped buying, then the price will continue to drop like a rock. So there's two different factors, right? The factor of buying pressure, and then also the factor of people selling shares. Now, at this point in time, because volume is so low, I would say that people are not selling shares, but there may be no resistance to price falling at this point in time. So this will continue to fall until there is some kind of buying pressure that comes in.
A lot of these moratoriums on eviction are either
yes, thank you,
going
Monty.
or going, and it would be very helpful to get the money out. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Reid. Senator Crapo of Idaho is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Yellen, some appear to believe that you have announced that unless a debt limit increase or suspension occurs before December 15th, that the Treasury faces imminent default. That's not how I've read your comments. So it would be helpful for you to clarify what your current projection is for when Treasury would run out of headroom to operate below the debt limit and run dangerously low of operating cash. I also request that Treasury provide details of its latest debt and cash projections to the Finance Committee, and look forward to receiving those projections.
Yes, let me clarify what I said. What I indicated in my most recent letter to Congress is that I have a high degree of confidence that Treasury will be able to finance the U.S. government through December 15th, but there would be scenarios in which Treasury would not have sufficient funds to continue to finance the operations of the U.S. government beyond that date. I would note that on December 15th, Treasury will invest funds from the infrastructure bill, and that will use up $118 billion worth of capacity when those funds are from the Highway Trust Fund are invested in government securities. And I didn't say that there is no way that we can make it past December 15th. There are a range, there's uncertainty about what our cash balance will be and our resources. Right now, there's uncertainty about where we will be on December 15th. And there are scenarios in which we can see it would not be possible to finance the government. That doesn't mean that there are not also scenarios in which we can, but we think it's important for Congress to recognize that we may not be able to, and therefore to raise the debt ceiling expeditiously.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification. Chair Powell, inflation hit 6.2% last month, which is the highest in more than 3 decades. Still, the administration is pushing for support of a nearly $2 trillion social spending package, and by the way, that number even accepts their budget gimmicks that hide real costs that could mean several trillion more in spending over the next 10 years. Most of that spending does nothing to ameliorate the problems of rising inflation. In fact, will simply add fuel to the inflation fire. I'm very concerned that the administration is not taking inflation's threat seriously, and in the case of energy prices, is enacting regulatory policies that themselves are threats. Do you agree that inflation is a serious threat to our economy, and how do you intend to address inflation?
I do think that the threat of persistently higher inflation has grown. I think my baseline expectation is still, as I mentioned, and of most forecasters, is still that inflation will move back down over the course of next year, closer to our target. But clearly the risk of more persistent inflation has risen. And I think what you've seen is you've seen our policy adapt, and you'll see it continue to adapt. You know, we will use our tools to make sure that higher inflation does not become entrenched.
I noted in your opening statement that you indicated that inflation pressures will linger well into next year. You do stand by that?
Yes, I think we can now see certainly through the middle of next year. That's an expectation. You know, forecasting is not a perfect art, as you may have noticed. But yes, right into the middle of next year, and you know, that's our expectation. But of course, what's happened is that date has been pushed out repeatedly as supply side problems have not really improved.
And if Congress were to pass an additional $2 trillion plus in spending, mixed with a number of increases in taxes, would that add to inflationary pressures?
Senator, I'm sorry I'll just note that we have a longstanding policy of not commenting on active legislation, as you probably aren't surprised to hear.
I suspected that. One last very quick question, and for you, Chair Powell, you've indicated that there would be a report by the Fed on its discussion paper relating to digital currencies, and that's been delayed several times. My question to you is, when can we expect the Fed's report, and are there reasons for that delay?
I would think very soon. I mean, it's certainly in coming weeks, and you know, the reasons are just trying to get it right and trying to find the time to get it right. It's been a very busy time, as you will know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Kraft. Senator Warner, Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good to see you, Secretary Yellen, and congratulations, Chair Powell, on your reappointment. I want to start with you, Chair Powell. I mean, I actually think the Fed's activities, particularly during the pandemic, which included both extensive use of 13.3 facilities and some aggressive bond purchases, actually helped stave off what could have been a complete economic meltdown. And while we did spend in excess of $5 trillion, mostly all in an extraordinarily bipartisan way under both President Trump and President Biden on recovery from COVID. I think history will treat those actions, certain areas, excessive, but I think net, from a historical perspective, it'll be well regarded.
The important thing I think that I want to note here real quick, since Bandara had said something that it's working against technical analysis manipulation. The one thing that I want to note to that, Bandara, is, and this is something that I've been trying to say for a long time, is that technical analysis only gets us so far. Analysis will fail on this squeeze play because the algorithms are working in such a fashion to beat the technical analysis. So this is why a lot of times day traders will lose against AMC or hedge funds, I should say, in general, is because they're expecting technical analysis to work, and it just doesn't. It doesn't work. They definitely find ways to drop this in amounts that is unheard of according to TA. So this play really is just a long play. It's not really for day traders. And that's why I try to stress that, but people are going to be people. So, but there's no way for me to know how far this is going to go down. It's going to depend on two different things, right? How much buying pressure that there is to resist the downwards pressure, and then also the how many people are selling shares. If we don't see volume increasing as price moves down, then I would suggest that people are probably not selling shares. There's a little bit of volume increasing in here, so there is some selling of shares going on. But overall, volume is just not that high. So it's really going to come down to buying pressure now. Can buying pressure stop the price from continuing to fall? And will buying pressure be great enough to cause algorithms to stop in their tracks and have a reversal of price?
Both for the American economy and for the world's economy. But I think, as you've indicated, Chair Powell, I think we're seeing our economy come back. We will differ on the bipartisan infrastructure plan and maybe even a bit of the Build Back Better, but that's part of our job. But I have seen since your FOMC's November meeting that the Fed signaled a shift, starting to move back from some of the very aggressive means you've used and announcing a tapering on the pace of bond purchases month by month as the economy continues to strengthen. I'd like you to get into that a little bit. Which factors most influence that decision for a gradual change in course, and how long do you think it'll take the Fed to gradually wind down these purchases?
So we actually haven't made a decision on that, but I would just say this. The most recent data, particularly since the November FOMC meeting, show elevated inflation pressures, a rapid improvement in many labor market indicators without an accompanying addition of labor supply, and also strong spending that really signals growth, significant growth in coming months. Remember that every dollar of asset purchases actually adds accommodation to the economy. But at this point, the economy is very strong and inflationary pressures are high, and it is therefore appropriate, in my view, to consider wrapping up the taper of our asset purchases, which we actually announced at the November meeting, perhaps a few months sooner. And I expect that we will discuss that at our upcoming meeting in a couple of weeks. Of course, between now and then, we will see another labor market report, another inflation report, and we'll also get a better sense of the new COVID variant as well before we make that decision.
Well, let me drill down on that a little bit. I mean, clearly, I think I was surprised. You say you were surprised. I think most of us were surprised that coming back in September, that we didn't see more folks re-enter the labor force. I believe that tapering and, frankly, accelerating it can kind of serve as an insurance policy if we don't see this return and we see these potential overheating of the economy. So I do hope that you will move more aggressively on this tapering. I also would like to just touch again, you mentioned some of the new variants with COVID. What factors, one of the things we've got to maintain is some ability to move quickly, and we obviously, Congress moved very quickly under President Trump and Secretary Mnuchin. With the outset of COVID, hopefully we won't have to come back to those kind of actions from this entity, but with these new variants coming on board, what are the markers you're going to look at to determine how that might influence Fed activity?
So at this point, I think we're all looking at the same thing, and we're listening to the experts, which are not, I'm certainly not one of those, but I talk to those people, and it's really about transmissibility. It's about the ability of the existing vaccines to address any new variant, and it's about the severity of the disease once it is contracted. And we don't know. I think we're going to know. What I'm told by experts is that we'll know quite a bit about those answers within about a month. We'll know something, though, within a week or 10 days. And then and only then can we make an assessment of what the impact would be on the economy. As I pointed out in my testimony, for now it's a risk. It's a risk to the baseline. It's not really baked into our forecast.
Well, down to my last 20-odd seconds, I'm not going to get away without at least raising an issue I always raise with Secretary Yellen, and I know Chairman Powell have raised with you as well, and that's, I think, the very smart action that took place again, actually under President Trump, on investment in CDFIs and minority depository institutions. And I want to thank Chairman Brown and people like Senator Crapo and so many others, including Secretary Mnuchin, that we made that investment, and you now, Secretary Yellen, are implementing that. We've seen a great take-up rate from the ESIT program in terms of Tier 1 capital investment into these institutions that hit.
I'm going to go ahead and pause this right now because I feel like it's better for me to talk right now than it is to hear what they're saying. If you guys disagree, I can definitely put it back on. So let me touch on a few things you guys are saying there. As far as us having a negative beta to the market, I think on the short term we don't have a negative beta to the market. If you look at a longer term, 6 months to a year, we do have a negative beta to the market. So it just depends on what time frame you're looking at. Is it a market crash in progress? It is time. It's 9:59 to do a look. I wouldn't call 1%. Let me refresh this. I wouldn't call 1.5% loss in price a market crash just yet. It is on fire, but it's definitely not a market crash. Let's go ahead and take a look at everything and see what's going on here. Let's take a look. Let's go through everything and see what's going on here. All right, I'm taking you guys over to the other screen. Let's look at what's going on with the off exchange. If I had to guess, that's going to be, it's either going to be really high or we have no buying pressure, one of the two. Let's see here. So it was reporting 52.69, now 57.45. I would expect to see around 59% being stuffed in the off exchange by this time in the morning. So it's a little bit low, but it's it's not bad. It's pretty average. Ooh boy, guys, look at this number on Ortex. I'm refreshing it. 2.62 million shares having been borrowed for this morning so far. That's massive. Anytime it goes above 3, we start seeing fireworks. It's getting really close here. 2.62, that's a lot. The borrowing is starting. Yep. The borrowing is definitely starting to happen. This is good. That's good for us. Super, super good. That raises the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 16.32%. Taking a look at the options here. You're going to see some really interesting numbers probably here in the options. Okay, looks like 10.1. Okay, so $40 strike price is still the top. for the calls, and it's gone from 4.4 to 10.1. And on the put side, let me just raise it just a tad bit just to make sure we don't have anything below it. Okay, on the put side of things here, we have this could be a bear trap. On the put side of things, highest level of volume dropping down to 30. So now our open interest and our daily volume are now matching exactly. 1.8 thousand contracts is what we had an hour ago. It's now 3.789, which is just barely higher volume at 30 than it is 35. Signaling for a closing price around 35 bucks. Taking you guys over to look at Fidelity, and let's see what our buying to selling ratio is. This is going to be key right here. What is happening? Let's see if we were in 13th position an hour ago. We are still in 13th position with a very strong 67% buys to 33% sells. People are not selling this. People are not selling AMC. I mean, there are some sells in there, but it's not more buying than going on than selling. But price is dropping, and it's because they're borrowing shares here. GME is not on the list. It's really kind of strange. The Stonko tracker, so far I've only got 2.15 million shares being borrowed for the day, or sorry, yeah, 2.15 million shares having been borrowed for the day today, but so far Artex is reporting a total of 2.62 million. So there's a little bit of a discrepancy between the two. 1.1 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 46.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts, 122,000 contracts out of the money for the calls. Ooh, man, this is really, it's heating up. NASDAQ is down 1.5, Dow Jones down 1.47, S&P 500 down 1.4. The market's on fire. 5,794 decliners to 1,557 advancers. VIX is up 13.68%. Tesla is up 0.2. It's losing. It's starting to drop. Very well could start going into negative numbers here in just a minute. Robinhood is down 0.24. Amazon is down 1.24. Cinemark is down 4.12. Doge is down up 1.17, and it looks to be increasing. Hard to say. It's kind of fluctuating a bit. GME is down 3.63, and AMC is down 6.57. There is a 5-point spread between outflow and inflow. Total volume. Let's see. We're on pace for 47.2 million shares traded for the day today. Volume is starting to pick back up. Volume picking up could indicate selling of some shares. Although I'm not really seeing there's a possibility there's some shares being sold in some spots right here. I usually look for the really big candlesticks to kind of be like the indicator of actual shares being sold. Something that just doesn't stand out. Something that's what's the word I'm looking for? Non-uniform trading. So you see some like larger candlesticks. Those might be the selling points of some actual real shares. So looks like they let go here. It doesn't look like we had a really big bounce, so they might attack some more. On the daily, More buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 35.97. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI already dipping below 30 at 27.33. On the 30-minute, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI very, very low at 23.71. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI very, very low at 15.74. I would expect to see some kind of reversal here not too long from now. Let's check this out. Let's see where we're going at here. What's happening? What's happening? Let's see if we can get a little bit of a parallel channel here. Let's see if that's what this is. I don't think so. Let me change this. Ugh. It's close. We have a touch point up here, but it's out kind of. I'm gonna go with this and see what happens here. We'll see if we. This should be a bullish flag here. Bullish trend. I guess I should say indicator. I'm just throwing all kinds of words out. It looks like a bullish indicator. Let me see what you guys wrote here. Do they get lucky when their shorting falls in line with the market-wide tanking, lets them off the hook in a sense? It's not as obvious. So something I talked about in a space call last night, Anthony, is that there's a good chance that they took out put positions against the market, knowing that the market was going to be going down here. So if they wanted to generate revenue or liquidity, they would, short the market as they knew price was going to be dropping across the board. So you could definitely see this as like an attempt to try and grab some liquidity as the market drops. The other thing is that 2 weeks ago we noticed that there was a very strange buying side of long positions by hedge funds on AMC, which I told you guys was going to be the narrative. The narrative that was going to be set up was you would see a market crash followed by price increase on AMC. Potentially, what they may be trying to do is bleed off some of the smaller hedge funds that are out there that are dead weight, and then take their positions with the long positions. If they make some money on a price increase, they could potentially wipe out their competitors. The competing hedge funds, the dead weight, and then start driving the price back down with all the money that they made off the puts from the rest of the market going down, and the long positions on AMC driving up in price. So what you might see, and then the narrative would be set for, oh well, we covered our positions on the price increase, and I can tell you right now that that's not going to be the case. We know that the synthetic shares are still out there. If margin calls do happen on smaller hedge funds, they may be able to avoid those margin calls. Like some of the larger hedge funds may be able to avoid those margin calls just because they've taken out long positions and probably puts against the rest of the market as it tanks. But, you know, as we talk about COVID and that being the case for why the price is dropping, don't fall for that kind of stuff. Don't fall for it. We know what's really happening here. The narrative is being supplied, and you're witnessing it. And they want you to believe, they want you to believe that, you know, if we go up in price and this thing gets up to say like $100 and some odd, or maybe it just goes up to 90. I don't know. Let's just suppose it only goes up to $90 and then it drops back down to like 50, 40, 30 or something like that. You know, are you going to think that that's the end? Because it's not. It's not the end. That's a 60% drop in price. Definitely not the end. AMC is 500 plus million shares. Yeah, none of this really makes any sense, Fish Killer. Oh, fireworks. Joe Exotic, sorry. I'm just now catching up to what you guys are writing. So anytime, and let me put the data back up on the screen for you guys to see. Anytime that we ever see the borrow change amount hit higher than 3 million, we usually tend to see fireworks in price, meaning the price starts going up. And it doesn't matter if it's a return of 3 million or a borrow of 3 million. I've seen a lot of people go like, oh no, they start panicking because they've returned 3 million shares. I don't have any rhyme or reason for it. I really have no rhyme or reason. I can't tell you why it is. It's just a trend that I've seen in the past. Once we hit a borrow rate of around 3 million shares, plus or minus, that typically spawns a bit of a price increase for us, like a fireworks. You know, fireworks. So 1019, we touched 44.44 and began to drive after that to 34.53 and reverse. Yep, Anthony's got it. 1116 touched 44.43, began to drive to our current price. Looks bingo. Somebody's on it. That's what I got too, Anthony. I'm tracking the data right here. I don't have the dates current right now. Let's see, I'll put it right here, I guess. I don't have dates current. Actually, I don't have the bottom current down here either. 3402. But I am tracking this, right? Here's your 44.44 that you're talking about. The drop down to 33.9 was a 23.7% decrease in price. The rebound off of that was 47.50. 47.50, which was a 40.1% increase. But then we had another synthetic price failure down to 36.35, giving us a 23.5% drop. Then we went up 22.2%, then down to 34.02. So the dips are you know, these dips are still happening. These synthetic price failures, they're very, very, very consistent. Very consistent. They're the holes. They're the holes I keep telling you guys I found. Oh wait, can you guys see this information? Okay, you can. It's just barely on the page. I'm tracking it. Don't make it personal, Ivan. Explain human what looks good. Okay, so man, I'm kind of catching up late here. What looks good is that they're borrowing shares. That looks good. To me, I want to see more. The more shares that they're borrowing, the more that means that pain. That's pain for them. They don't want to borrow shares. Hedge funds. I wouldn't worry too much, Zach. We're okay still. And you guys don't, Anthony, in regards to what you said about the liking thing, I'm here one way or the other. It doesn't matter. I just do me. So let me show you something, guys. We've seen this before. Watch this. You guys are saying my viewerships have doubled. You remember how I keep showing this to you guys? Look at this. Normally, this reflects price. This is my viewers on the show right now, and I'm only showing you this to prove a little bit of a point to you guys. This is normally price action right here, right? Normally, this correlates, my viewership correlates to how much price action there is. But look what it's actually correlating to today. It's correlating to volume. It's actually matching the volume down here at the bottom of the screen, right? If you look at our price action, our price movement, it's not anything like it whatsoever. On a normal day, you would see, you know, that would mean my viewership would be up here and just be dropping, but you're not seeing that. People want to know what's going on. They want to know what's going on. They're buying and they're wondering why the price is still going down. And you know, it's just simply an attack to get paper hands. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to generate as many paper hands. They are in the sweet spot. They've gotten to the synthetic price failure zone, which is anything below 35.76. This is that opportunistic moment for them to be able to generate paper hands. They want people scared. They want you to be afraid. They want you to be very afraid of what's happening with this price movement. This is all psychological. No, I don't, Sean. I don't think margin calls are possible today. Margin calls, I believe, happen twice daily, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's right. It's either right before market opens and somewhere just before like 11, I think, and I think we're already past that time now. I believe. I think I've heard that before, that margin calls only happen twice a day. So no, I don't think any margin calls today. And actually, I don't think. Maybe tomorrow, possibly. I mean, let's take a look at the. I feel like I forgot to show you guys. No, I didn't. I looked at it. Let's go back to the 30-minute. No, 1 hour. If we go to 1 hour interval, I've got us breaking outside this multi-day wedge, either Thursday or Friday. And I told you this morning that more than likely we were going to see it break outside the wedge long enough to test the 35.76, possibly the 34.96, which is what we did. It's exactly what we did. Whether or not this breaks back up and back into the wedge today is questionable. But I do think that we will be driving back up into this wedge and seeing that breakout probably on Thursday or Friday. I think this is just momentary. This is a fear generator. Paul, I am not going to say this is going back up until we see 15%. You have to see 15% on a reversal or better. You know, at 15% you can draw a sigh of relief. Not a moment before. Anything is possible. We do have a breakout of this descending parallel channel that I have here. Not one of the most proudest descending parallel channels I've ever drawn, but I ran with it. We'll have to see what happens here. There's a good possibility that this upper line can be moved to like that. Now you see how because earlier what I was saying was not my proudest moments on drawing a parallel. I had the candle wicks outside here on this touch point, but the main portions of the candlestick were inside. But I told you I didn't like it. Now I can draw it to the top of the candle wicks, and all the data is inside of the trend channel now. GME engineers are at the premier NFT conference going on right now. Everybody's always buying real shares, Zach. Everybody's always buying synthetic shares. If you don't have a share number for your shares, you're buying synthetics. You are not, you're buying IOUs, and every single one of yours shares is not real. They are held on book entry form by your broker, just the same exact way that they're held on book entry form by CS. The only way for you to have a real authentic share that has a share number is to have it in paper form. If you don't have a share in paper form, all you have is IOUs. That's it. It doesn't matter who you're going through for a broker. That's all you have. But the identifier on your shares that you can look at is the CUSIP number. And that CUSIP number says that you have purchased shares that are attached to a CUSIP number that matches something that the DTCC has on file, right? And so that is what ties your shares that you have to, and what you've purchased to what is showing up on the market, okay? And so anytime you buy shares, it doesn't matter. They are always fake. They're always IOUs. This is not a buying issue. And Zach, since you're here, I'm gonna say this again. You know, in regards to payment for order flow, because I think that's what everybody's talking about. This is what you're suggesting, Zach. This is payment for order flow. Let me put my picture back up so you can see. This stack of chips right here represents payment for order flow. Okay, whether you're buying stocks of AMC, whether you're buying stocks of Fun, DWAC, you name it, whatever car, you know, whatever stock it is that you're buying, it doesn't matter what you're buying. Your orders are going through the market makers and are more than likely going through PFOF, right? If you say stop buying AMC, there you go. Congratulations. You've just reduced PFOF earnings by those market makers or the hedge funds by this much. Tell that to the whole market, because it's the whole market that's causing them to earn money, not just AMC. So when you take away the buying pressure on AMC, you're not just taking away the buying pressure against the hedge funds dropping the price, but you're only reducing the amount of payment for order flow that's going through the market makers by a fraction, a mere fraction of everything that goes through. So stop spreading that as a rumor. Buying does not help. Not buying does not help, I mean. Not buying does not help reduce payment for order flow, because it happens across the entire market, not just AMC. Ali said he's heard 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. on the margin calls. I thought it was... Erg. You got me going here, Ali. Now I gotta look. I hate it when I go to refer to something like this and it takes me to stupid Motley Fool. The Mostly Fool. I feel like if I'm getting my information from Mostly Fool, I'm probably the fool. I don't even want to be on this. I feel dirty just having clicked on this link. Ugh, that was dirty. Let's see here. I'm not finding it very easily. I know I've heard it before. And it's funny because you said 2 times, and I knew that there was 2 times that they were issued. And so it makes me feel like maybe you're right, and I just had the times wrong. But I want to say that the first margin call, I almost am positive that the first margin call is like just before market open. Let me see if you guys are putting anything in here. Holy smokes, man! I can't keep up with you guys. I knew this day was going to come to where trying to read what you guys are writing and just like doing the show like normal would become a difficulty for me. But my goodness, you guys are quick. I'm sorry if I miss. I'm trying to scan over stuff. I'm not. I don't want to start a loo battle. That's not what I'm trying to start. I just want you to know that, like, PFOF. I agree with the idea that we need to buy from the lit market and get rid of PFOF. It is definitely bleeding money to the market, but it's not just AMC. It's happening across the board. To suggest that people should stop buying AMC because we want to reduce the amount of bleeding that we're doing or the money that we're giving to the hedge funds through PFOF, then really what you have to do is you have to take it from the entire market, right? Don't just tell AMC holders to stop buying, tell the whole market to stop buying, because that's really what you end up having to do, because that the money comes from the entire market. Everybody's buying from or through the market makers who internalize. And for any of you guys who follow Lou, that's cool. I'm okay with that. I want all of you guys to go view all kinds of YouTube people and get all different kinds of perspectives, because it's important to talk about these perspectives. I will never hold it against you to go watch anybody, and it's okay to have differing opinions, right? And one of the beauties about having differing opinions is that it's an opportunity for us to learn. Okay? And so I'm trying to show you guys how PFOF really works. But buying pressure is super important to AMC. If we don't have buying pressure, we have price reduction, right? Price will be moved down by hedge funds. There was a term that was, I can't remember the term, but it's basically where they create wash sales and lowering the price down. It's a short ladder attack where they drop the price of AMC down. The further the price goes down, the more of their out of the money puts become in the money. And when those out of the money puts become in the money, they can start turning those into cash revenue. That is so much worse than seeing PFOF going into their pockets. So much worse. If we see cash revenue from out of the money puts going into their pockets, that's covering. That's covering without having to find shares. And that's putting money and generating revenue into their pockets. If we don't keep up the buying pressure, we just have price reduction. And that's terrible, absolutely terrible for us. It will set us back months and months and months in order for us to work ourselves back up. Nah, I'm not going to check them. I believe that we all have a voice here, and I think that we're all entitled to our own opinions. I'm not going to silence somebody for having an opinion. Yes, the buy order is higher than the sell order today. I just covered it just a little bit ago, Michael, but I'll go ahead and pull it up again just to let you know. The buy order today is currently 67% buys to 33% sales the last time I pulled it, which was about 33 minutes ago. So the buy orders are higher. Now, whether or not that's actually more buying than selling is a different story, because that's just the orders. The amount of actual shares that are bought versus the amount of shares that are sold is a different story. We're only looking at orders, not looking at actual shares. But to me, anytime you have a 60-40 or greater number, you're pretty assured that you have more buying than selling. So, sorry, excuse me. They think I buy for 40. They just keep the whole 40 because they gave me a synthetic IOU. That's how they think they're finding their shenanigans. But that's not how it works. That's not how it works. They don't keep the whole 40. You have to buy an actual share, and they have to make a share, and that costs them to make a share. Yeah, that's definitely not how it works. They get to keep a portion on the payment for order flow. Just because it's a synthetic share doesn't mean that it's just a imaginary money that they just get to hold on to and keep. That's not how it works at all. They cost them. They have to, in order to create a share, they have to create it out of, they use money to borrow. They borrow and then create the shares, the synthetic shares, through the borrowing. So it does cost them money to create shares. Crazy Pepe saying, could you check other tickers for me, please, or AMC will do. Wait, did somebody ask for something? Sure, Michael. I'll explain the. So hedge funds will attack the price down using synthetic shares to attack the price. And what they're essentially trying to do is they're trying to draw out people selling shares. So when people sell shares, you see volume really spike up super high. In this particular instance, I'm not seeing a whole lot of volume going up. There has been some volume, but majority of the time when you see these short attacks in price, it comes at a cost. They have to borrow shares to do this, and they borrow them every single morning, and they return them every single morning. And I think one of the best ways to probably explain it is I like to refer to my bank teller scenario, right? So your bank teller or your broker is a bank teller, right? And they have shares in their till, and every single morning they have these shares in their till, and they put them up in a brown paper bag, and they go set it out on the back porch, and their friend Joe comes over and picks up the paper bag, and he goes out and he does what he does. He creates synthetic shares with some of these shares, and then at the very end of the day, he's supposed to return that bag with a little bit of extra something for the teller, and the remaining amount of the shares that the teller let him borrow. Meanwhile, Joe's out there trading these shares to the market, these additional shares that he's created, to try and draw in people to buy them so that he can short the price down. People buy the shares, he shorts the price down, and he will he'll attempt to draw in people to sell shares as he's drawing the price down. Now, it's the key part to this is that not because you bought is he doing this, because he can still get that money every single day from the broker and still short the price down, right? He can still do it either way. It doesn't matter if he's getting it through your money through the shares, the synthetic shares that he purchased. He can also do it without your purchasing anything. He can just take those shares, go straight to the market, start trading them back and forth between his other buddies, Matt, Eric, and what other name you want to throw in there, and they just start attacking the price down between themselves instead of using whatever shares you sell back to the market to do this. So either way, they're going to knock the price down, right? And if we stop the buying pressure, right? If the buying pressure stops, if you don't go to Joe to buy shares anymore, him and his buddies are just going to go to the market and they're going to say, yeah, let's just knock this sucker down. We can knock this all down and we have all those puts that are out of the money right now. And we can start collecting money on those. Even better. Like, that's a better scenario for them. They're like, oh man, you're essentially opening a door to them and saying, please run across the threshold. Every time you run across the threshold and lower the price of the stock, I will give you more money. And the faster you run through that, the more money I'll give you. And so they run across the threshold, run across the threshold, drop the price, drop the price, drop the price. And finally, they come running back through the door, and they're like, and then you're like, oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. I want more buying pressure. I'm going to shut the door on you, and I'm going to buy now again. And they're like, damn you. I really enjoyed that price knockdown that you just gave me for free. So now I got to start, taking your money again and do this really slowly and painfully, right? And so they really want you to, what they're trying to encourage is you to not buy anymore, because if they can encourage you to not buy anymore, then they have no pressure to continue to knock the price down. They will do it one way or the other. With or without your money, they will continue to knock this price down. With your money, it's more hard and it's more costly. Without your money, it's free. Free. Because they have puts that are out of the money that are coming into the money, and it is going to be very, very simple for them to completely destroy all the work that we've gotten to get to where we are now. That's how I explain it. With or without your money, they're going to knock this price down, but you don't want it to be for free. I can't read through all your guys' stuff. You guys write too fast. Here's the here's the ironic thing to what you're suggesting, Brett, and I find this to be extremely. Let me ask you that. Let me ask you. I love asking this question to everybody who says this. You said, dude, we've been buying for a straight year and we're bouncing between 30 and 40 bucks for a year. This is going nowhere. We haven't been between 30 and 40 bucks for a whole year. Let me ask you the single most important question. When did you get into this play originally? When did you first originally get into this play? Answer that question. I'm going to show you something very, very interesting that you're going to find that I'm going to destroy any argument you could possibly have from here on forward. And it doesn't matter what date you give me. It doesn't matter what date you give me. So give me a date. Tell me when you first got into this play, and I'm going to absolutely destroy any argument you could possibly have. June 24th. Perfect. June 24th. You are in the category of people who have lost probably the most amount of money right now at this point in time, because it was super, super high. June 24th. Let's go back to it. I'm going to show you. Let me see if I still have this pulled up. I do. I still have this pulled up. So let me show this to you. I had this very same conversation with somebody not too long ago, and so I wanted to prove a point to him. Let's see here. So what you're looking at on the page right now is you're looking at up to 1124. So I know this is a few days ago, and I can just change one value to see how much different this turns into. But this was back up to the 1124 just before we had Thanksgiving vacation. If you have been in this play since the 24th for an entire month, you were up 2.2%. If you had been in for 2 months, you'd been down 5.9%. 3 months down 15%. 4 months down 6.6%. 5 months, which is probably you. That's probably you because you said June 24th, did you not? Yes, you did. That would be you right there. You were down 33.6%. You're hurting. You are psychologically hurting. And you need to recognize that. I want you to recognize why you're hurting. If you've been in this play for 6 months, you are up 175%. If you were in this play for 7 months, you're up 227%. If you've been in this play for 8 months, you are up 317%. If you're up in since 9 months ago, you were up 314%. You're hurting. The reason you're grasping for things is because you're hurting. And I feel your pain. I really feel your pain. I do. When we first got into this play on January 29th, I lost 60% of my earnings. 60%. And you're only half of that right now. More now because we're down further. What are we down to now? I'll put in the number now so we can see what the difference is. Maybe you're hurting more now. Hold on a second. We'll make it count here. 3401. Now let's look at it. You're down 40%. I get it. I get it, man. I've been there. And you know what I started doing? What I started doing when I got down to 60%, I started buying more. I started buying more, and what ended up happening was everybody started doubling down and they started buying more, and the price rose. The price became unmanageable. We are doing the right things. Buying and holding has always worked. It worked for GME. It is working for us. To continue to follow the same strategy because that is the strategy that works. It's the kryptonite to hedge funds. They do not expect you to buy and hold at any costs. They can't predict that. What they can predict is for you to just hold. They can't also predict for you to sell, but they cannot fathom you buying and holding. And they think that their strategy will win against you doing everything else. And because you're hurting, you want to change what the strategy is. And I totally understand. I do. I really understand. But I'm sitting here telling you over 200% in gains. I'm sitting here telling you that it works. We've seen it work over and over. Twice. 3 times. We've seen it. Don't change the strategy now. I know you're hurting. You're in the category of people who are hurting the most. But there's people who've hurt more than you and continue to buy and saw better results. Take it as an opportunity to be able to leverage down. That's what I did. I bought in at like 12 or 14 bucks or something like that originally. I think it was 14. I don't know. And what did I do when it got down to 6 bucks? I said no. No. I'm doubling down on this because I know that I can average down and make more money. And that's what helped us to get to where we got to in June. It's not going to change, Michael. It won't change until there's enough buying pressure for them to stop continuing from dropping the price, right? You know, as long as there's not enough buying pressure for them to drop the price, then they won't stop. They'll continue to drop it, especially if people are selling shares, right? If people are selling shares, they'll continue to drop it. I mean, I hear you, Brett, man. I really do, man. I feel for it, and I want to see you win. I want to see us all win, right? I've been in the stock market since 1998. That's when I first got into the industry that I was working in, and I first started having enough money in life to be able to start investing in my future. And I sat there and watched 2/3 of my money disappear in the 2001 market crash. I watched probably a little more than half my money disappear in 2008, and a house that I almost lost because of it. I've been through a lot of hard times. I really have. And what really bittered me the most about being in the market was the fact that that I always felt like I was losing. Irregardless of how much I learned along the way, I always felt like I was losing. And for the very first time, I saw an opportunity, a massive opportunity to be able to stick it to the hedge funds. And I wanted to be a part of it. And so here I am. And I continue to remain a part of it because I know that this can work. What Eric just said is completely right. The whole reason for the golden rules, and if you guys look at it, I changed my golden rule to only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. Right? That's if you've put more than you need into this, then you're going to be emotional. You're going to be emotional, and it's going to hurt you. It's going to hurt you because when it comes time, the crunch time to really holding, it's going to hurt to watch until you're into some numbers where potentially it's so high that it doesn't matter anymore to you. It will be hard to watch. I don't believe so, Zach. I'm not afraid. This is nothing, guys. Literally, what are we down to? 33.84. Let me punch it in. We are down 23.8%. We have seen one of the largest dips we have seen so far to date is a 37% decrease in price. 37.5. I think that's the highest. 37.5% decrease in price, and it's when we went from 49.79 down to 31.10. Came after that was a 28.2% increase in price, but then we lost 21.9. Then we went up 49.3%. We gained it back. We gained it back. This is going to continue to go up, but it has to go down times. There are times where there's always going to be downwards pressure. 23.8% is not that big of a drop. We've seen 36 before. It is completely psychological. And Anthony, and I can't read what you guys are all writing all the time, but Anthony said you only lose when you sell. And it's true. You only lose when you sell. The very first lesson I ever learned, Anthony, was that one. That was the hardest lesson in 2001. Most of my money was tied up in mutual funds at the time, and I was making a killing that year, absolute killing. Oh man, it was all in home building. There's Bill Clinton had put in all kinds of home buying, first home buyer purchasing type things, and there's all kinds of building going on during the time, and I was just making, I think I was up like 49 or 52% or something like, I don't know, some ridiculous amount of money that year. And then 9/11 happened, and I watched all my money, just 2/3 of it, just like disappear. But when I was down about halfway, I put in a sell order. Dumbest mistake. First time investor, right? I didn't understand. I should have just held. I should have just held my stocks. I would have been fine. Eventually, I would have been fine, but I sold. And by the time it actually cleared, I had lost 2/3 of all my money. And I didn't realize that really what hurt me the most was selling when I panicked. And I should have just held because I was only, let's see, back then, how old was I? 22, 23, 24, 25 years old or so. I was all 25 years old. I was like Trey's age. And I was like, oh, hell no. I sold. I sold and lost a lot of money. Good lesson. So selling is higher than buying and the price is falling. So wait, I'm trying to understand what you mean by that. So selling is higher than buying and the price is falling. Makes perfect sense. I'll tell you why the price is falling. Let me show you something, Jimmy. I'm going to zoom in on this for you. We're going to go to the order book too, level 2. And what I want you to watch for is I want you to watch for single digits over here. You'll see them pop up in here. You'll see these single 1 digits in here. Here's one right here. You'll see single digits popping up here in the bid side. And what that is that's them. There it is right there. There's a 2. That's them gapping the price down. Okay? They're selling very small orders and buying them back between themselves, the hedge funds, to drop and gap this down. Right? That's the short attacks. And they're happening. They're happening in front of your face. And they will continue to do this until there's buying pressure that stops them. And the lower the price goes, the more of their out of the money puts become in the money. And that's out of the money puts are the things that cause our price to go upwards. It's the only thing that causes our price to go upwards. And as soon as their out of the money puts become in the money, they cash them out. They cash them out. And then we've lost work. We've lost a lot of work. So we need the buying pressure. There's another one. They will continue to fight and gap the price down until they get buying resistance. And it'll just be a free-for-all. Man, I talked my way through my break. What the heck? You know what time it is, guys. When it's time for me to go to break, we usually have price movement upwards. I'm going to take my break a little bit later today since I talked my way through it. Zach, I need you to understand something. None of the shares that you own are yours. They're all IOUs. They've always been IOUs. You don't have a single stock to your name that has a stock number. You don't. You don't have a single one. Buying synthetics is the same thing as buying a real share. It has a real value. It has a real concrete holding against the price. When you go to sell your shares, that IOU is just the same thing as a real share. It's sold as a real share. You're owed, if what you think is a synthetic and it has value, then it's not really a synthetic then, is it? No, that's not true, Brett. It's absolutely not true. The more synthetics that there are, the more of a hole they've dug for themselves and that they have to dig themselves out of. Every single one of those shares is worth something, right? And it just depends on when you sell it. Every single one of those shares. And so the more shares that they have to issue is the more they've dug a hole for themselves. But it's also buying pressure, right? Buying pressure that keeps the price up. We need to keep the price up in order to stop their synthetics from, stop their puts from becoming in the money. By far, that's way worse than anything else that could possibly happen. We're a loaded spring. You have to, I think the important part, Brett and who else was it? Anthony? Not Anthony. Brett and Zach. What I want you guys to do is I want you to go. I have suck, squeeze, bang, blow theory in my description, and I want you to go read that, and I want you to understand what your shares mean. They are like gasoline. Okay, the more gasoline that we have in our tank, the more fire or combustion you have, right? If you want to think about it as like gunpowder, that's probably another way to think about it too. The more gunpowder you have behind your bullet, the bigger the bang, right? So that's probably a better way to look at it. You don't want to look at shares as being inflation. That's not what this is. That's not what this is at all. Looking at shares as inflation is a really backwards way to look at this. It's almost exactly the opposite. It's exactly the opposite of inflation because you're stacking more value. You're stacking more value into the amount of shares that are supposed to be in existence, right? So you're actually giving more value to the amount of shares that are in existence. That's probably the better way to look at it. Is that, say for example, we have a total float of 513 million shares, right? If we have an outstanding of the most that I can account for, and I know there's plenty more, but let's just say that the most I can account for is 2.37 billion shares. If we have a total of 2.37 billion shares and those are being held, then that is that much more value that's going into the explosion of the price moving upwards when this thing is margin called. But we have to get to the margin calls first. And the only way that we can get to the margin calls is by building our price up by buying and holding. That's how. Consistent buying. It's the key. DFV came up with this in the first place, and he never said just buy or just hold. I mean, he continuously bought all the way up until the very squeeze. $33.33. Tracking the new price. 25% down from the previous high of 44.43. Oh, now you're just insulting people. Zach, come on. So Roberto is saying, what price do I think that we're in trouble? Well, part of the problem is that Fintel stopped reporting. They stopped reporting how much the overall average value is on the puts. One of the really big problems that we're going to run into is I think $34 was like a big number for us. Depending on how much further below $34, if they are able to turn those puts into in-the-money puts, then they can continue to drop the price some more. Like it's going to adversely affect how much income they have in their pockets. So if I had to guess here, it's time for the next technical analysis. So let's go over that and take a look at it and see where we're at here. I mean, we're really not doing that much worse than the rest of the market. The market's really kind of tanking pretty hard across the board. Cinemark's already down 6% for the day today. We're only 3% behind them. Everybody's taking a pretty good beating. So let's take a look at it here. We'll see where we stand. I'll touch that here in just a second, Roberto. I'm not gonna leave you hanging. I'll tell you what, Zach. As long as you can keep it, respectful, I'm not gonna ban you. Yeah, SSR should have been triggered at a little bit around 10%. I'm not banning. But as long as you can keep things respectful, I don't mind having you around. Let's take a look at the technical analysis. I'm not, well, I'm not going to say that. I had something I wanted to say. I was like, nah, that's not. All right, let me take you guys to the other page. And let's check out off exchange and see how much is being reported into the off exchange right now. Currently at 57.66, didn't change a whole lot. Pretty close to where it was an hour ago. Taking a look at Ortex. $2.4 million shares having been borrowed. That's a little bit down from what it was. It was 2.62 earlier. That's going to decrease the current short share interest of the free float to 16.28. And updating the options chain. Highest level of call options still at $40. It's gone from 10.1 thousand contracts to 14. And on the put side, it's gone from, it's still $30. It's gone from 3.7 thousand contracts to 7.2. Do you see where this is going? This is this is the painfully obvious part between behind the fallacy of not buying being the result of hedge funds making money. Look at all these calls, or all these puts rather, that are in the money now. You have 1.4 at 39, 1.2 at 38, 1,037, 3.2 at 36, 5.1 at 35, 5.3 at 34. All those are now in the money. At 33, they have another 4.8. This is why we don't want to see price reduction, because when we see price reduction, they suddenly start making a crap ton more money than they could have ever possibly made through PFOF. If I can express to you in a single picture, it would be this options chain and say, look how dumb that idea is. Just look at it. Look how much money. Look at those. All those options are now in the money. And you want to say, why is buying bad? Or why is buying not bad? Or, yeah, why is buying bad? I guess I said it right the first time. It's so hard for me to think backwards. Yeah, so this is why. You know, they've just made a shit ton of money off of us. Way more money than they ever could have through PFOF. This is why you need buying pressure. No buying pressure, they make crap tons of money. You don't want that. You really don't want that. Argue against that. What's the argument against that? what could you possibly say? What could you possibly say to tell me that, oh no, it's okay that they make that money off those in the money puts? What is your argument? Because you can't have one. There's nothing you could say to that. They have made so much money off of puts today that it's just mind-blowing. And then when they raise the price, when the price does start going up, they will make a crap tons of money on that too, because they've also got a lot of long positions that are in the money, that will be in the money once they have those go up. They'll make money on both sides. They always will. Taking you over to the other screen. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC in the top 10. 72% buys to 28% sales. That is awesome. That is absolutely awesome. Love it. GME, 27th position. Not only have made it into the top 10 in volume, but we have great buy to sell order ratios. It's awesome. This is good. This is really good. Well, actually, I kind of would like to see lower volume, just because I don't want to think that too many people are selling shares. But the buy over sell ratio is really high, so I wouldn't imagine that the sale orders are very strong. GME currently with a 77% buy to 23% sales. Shares borrowed in the last hour, 200,000. They are now at 2.35 million shares borrowed for the day today, which is really close to what we're seeing reported on Ortex, which is 2.4. It's been a long time since I've seen those numbers kind of jive. It's kind of interesting to see. Look at this. Please tell me your argument for this right here. Please tell me how you can argue that in the money puts is a good thing. Please tell me that, because that's what you're suggesting, is that you want to see this number lower to 0 out of the money puts and see the puts go up to in the money. Please tell me your argument to that, because if you can't tell me your argument to that, then you have no ground. 0. You stand on 0 ground if you can't argue why it's important for them to be making money on puts. 0 ground. NASDAQ is down 2.1, Dow Jones is down 1.86, S&P 500 is down 1.87. We currently have a market on fire with 6,128 decliners to 1,265 advancers. The VIX is up 21.3%. That's massive. Tesla is down 1.31. Robinhood is down 2.29. Amazon is 1.84. Cinemark 6.71. Doge is down 0.39. GME is down 6.35, and AMC is down 10.5. Our inflow versus our outflow currently. Get this, guys. Get this. This is the funniest part here. Our outflow. We have more outflow than inflow of only a spread of 8 points. $8 million difference, and yet we're down 10.47%. This is all synthetic, guys. It's all synthetic price failure. Our volume is pretty low. Let's see what we got going here. 1113. $48.78 is what we're looking to that's our pace for the day today in volume. That is a little bit higher than what I was suggesting, between 20 and 40 million shares. On the daily, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure, with RSI at 33.82. On the 1 hour, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure, with RSI very, very low at 22.05. On the 30-minute interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure, with a very low RSI of 17.48. That reversal is coming. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure, with RSI starting to head back upwards at 24.69. And here we are, heading down this channel here, this descending parallel channel. I need to have a moderator. I need one of my moderators to keep me on track. If you guys ever feel like we have shills that are coming in who are trying to suggest just things that are just off base, and I'm spending too much time on it, please step up and say something to me and let me know that I've, enough is enough. And I'll move on. Yeah, definitely. I would agree, Brett, that there is some paper hands that are going on in here. In fact, one of the biggest slides that you can see right here, this one in particular, like when you look at these trades that are going on here, like this is normal price movement right here, right? They hit a whole brand new level of selling here, right? So there are some shares sold off. Most definitely. Actually, I can tell you right now, we already passed 34.89. I told you that if we passed 34.89, that there were people who sold shares somewhere along the line between 44.43 and where we're at currently. So I can already tell you that I know that's the case. The question is how many? How many shares were sold off? Because that's going to be the key indicator as to when this turns around. When those shares have been, when the selling of shares is completely exhausted. I have it pulled up in the background, guys. If you guys want me to play that while I'm on break, I can do that. I'm going to take a break here. I know it's kind of an unusual time for me, but I did skip the one earlier. we had differing of opinions out there, and I can leave where I left off on the stream from earlier. Would you guys would you guys prefer music, or would you rather prefer hearing the hearing? Hearing the hearing. Music, jazz, feed my reindeers. They have a big month ahead. Joe, thank you, man. I love the humor. I love the humor. It's so much more healthy for us to laugh at this kind of stuff. It really is. That's some good stuff. Thank you. I needed that. Good music, not funeral stuff. uh, Oh, Salty Dog wants the hearing, though. Wouldn't it be funny if I played the music over the hearing? Like Christmas music over the hearing. What do you guys think of that? Christmas music over the hearing? Oh, man, you guys, you kill me. Reindeer. I hope so. I really hope that's the case, Joe. I would love to be taking presents to little kids in December. That would be awesome. I don't know. Maybe I'll rent a reindeer for it. All right. I feel like overwhelmingly you guys said music. I'm not gonna. If the music earlier was okay, I'm gonna stick with the same music. I'm not gonna go searching for something new right now. White Stripes. Unfortunately, MCon, I can't play. I can't play other people's music when I leave. I already got a warning for that one. I'm telling you guys. I mean, that's what we did. That's what we did last time. All right, guys. Music it is. I'm sorry, Salty Dog. I'll tell you what, though. I'll give you at least a link that you can look it up and watch it on. You can go watch it there. I will be back at noon, and I will put it up in the description box for you guys to see, which I did not realize I did not have my stuff up on the screen. Make a tape of my awesome guitars. Doghead, thank you. I appreciate that. I haven't seen you say something on here before, but I do appreciate that. Thank you. Let me drop the volume here. I almost blasted you guys out. All right, let's get some music going, and I'll see you guys. I'll put it back. I'll put it in the. I'll put the time that I'll be back by. I guess it's PM. Basically 40 minutes from now, I'll be back. All right, guys. I'll see you in just a little bit. I got to eat some food, use the restroom, get me some water. It's good to stay hydrated, keep the mind fresh. So I'll see you guys a little bit back here in just a bit. Alrighty, I'm back. We had good old Gazer Beam Gary over here checking out the pricing, going on what's on over here, kind of monitoring what's happening, making sure everything's legit. Did I laugh? I'm sorry. You're doing a good job, Gary. Doing a great job. We'll see you later. Good old Gazer Beam Gary. All right, guys, we had a very nice breakout of, well, it wasn't as nice as I would have liked to have seen, but a very long descending parallel channel that we had that lasted all the way up until about 12:22 Eastern Standard Time. We'll have to get an idea on where we're heading next. But let's look at all the indicators that we have. Let's do a little technical analysis, shall we? If you guys see me, like, I ate some like very finely chopped up ham, and man, I'll tell you what, it gets stuck in my teeth. I should have flossed before it came back on. All right, let me update Fidelity here. All right, taking a look at off exchange, 57.66 to 57.05, so a little bit less into the off exchange. Moving down to Ortex, total amount of shares currently having been borrowed for the day-to-day 2.35. That is slightly lower than what it was an hour ago. It was 2.4. Still pretty high on the borrowing though. That's pretty much gonna leave the estimated short share just where it has been at 16.27. Going over to the options. Could this have been a bear trap? Could this be what we're seeing have happen? At a $40 strike price, the most amount of volume on calls an hour ago was 14,000, has increased to 16.8. And on the put side, it looks like $30 is still the highest. No, I'm sorry. It's adjusted to $33. It actually went up. Highest amount of volume went from 7.2 in the last hour at 30 to 14.2 at 33. Not as aggressive looking as it was earlier. There's now only a 7-point spread between the highest call volume and the lowest put volume. Kind of sort of indicating to me maybe a closing price around like $35 maybe. High 34s, high 30 or around 35 possibly. Oh, son of a gun. Did I not have you guys on the stats page? My apologies. Thought I had you guys on the stats page. Oh, there you go. You can see what the numbers are now. I'll leave it there for just a second. Taking you over to the main page. Orders by Fidelity customers. Oh, look at that. 3, 4, 5th. AMC in 5th position with a really high 74% buy to 26% sell ratio. So we're getting some good volume. Of course, people are selling some shares, so that's probably why volume's going up. GME moving up the list to 22nd. A strong 79% buy to 21% sell ratio. Shares available to borrow. looks like only returns. The total amount of shares that they've borrowed for the day today is kind of low, honestly. It's 2.35 million. I'm actually getting the exact same number that's showing up on Ortex, which is very interesting. I have not honestly seen that ever. Very interesting. In the money puts, in the money puts, in the money, I'm actually going to read those. In the money contracts for the calls, we have 878. Ouch. Out of the money contracts for the puts at 38.1, we have 32.6 thousand contracts that are in the money on the puts. What's the worst that could happen if the price goes down? The puts start becoming in the money. Not a good thing. This is why buying pressure is so important. NASDAQ currently down 1.74%, Dow Jones down 1.7%, and the S&P 500 is down 1.61%. Currently on fire, 6,024 decliners to 1,370 advancers. Everything is red. The VIX is up 19.95%. Tesla is down 0.4%. Robinhood is down 3.99%. Amazon is down 1.47%. Cinemark is down 7.12%. Doge is down 0.51%. GME is down 4.93%, and AMC is down 8.63%. AMC, so part of the reason, guys, I know I've got a lot of new people on here right now, so I'm just going to throw this up here. VIX I just started monitoring today. I think it's very important to see what's happening to volatility in the market. Yeah, so there it is. Just put it up there today, actually. Tesla I watched because I'm just kind of curious what's going on there. I don't really have a great reason for monitoring this one yet, but I've got it up there. Robinhood just because I like to see it burn. Amazon because it is, it's the backbone of our economy. If our economy starts tanking, we'll know it when we see Amazon failing. Cinemark is up here because you want to know how your competitors are doing. Doge is up here because it's the blue-collar cryptocurrency of possibly the world, but definitely North America. GME is up here because it's the OG. Got to know how the OG's doing. And then, of course, us. Inflow versus outflow. We currently have more inflow than outflow. Interesting. We are down 8.25%, and we have more inflow than outflow. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. Volume. We are on pace for 47.6 million shares traded for the day today. I feel like that's actually gone up from where we were earlier. I don't have the numbers written down anywhere, but I feel like that's definitely up from where we were. I was predicting between 20 and 40 million shares traded for the day today, so we definitely have had a spike in volume, but you can see it starting to trend down now. Let's look at the daily. According to the daily, it looks like we have just slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.16, very low. On a 1 hour, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI of 24.98, also very low. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI already very low at 23.01. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 45.45. Let's figure out where we're going here, shall we? I want to look at what you guys are writing here in just a minute. Let me just figure this out. mean, a lot of people probably want to call this a pennant, but that's not what it is. The time exceeds. I can already see that it exceeds how much it should have been. This would have been 12:11 to 12:41, which is 30 minutes. 12:41 plus 30 minutes would be 11 after, which means that we should have had a breakout happening like right now. If it is a pennant, if it is truly a pennant, this would be it. And the breakout would be happening right now. But this actually kind of looks like a little bit like a bearish triangle. I do think that there's a possibility that we break out of this going back down, and we have a little bit of a test on possibly this 3276 level again. I do not have any Fibonacci's set up for this pricing. If we do break out of this going down, I will set up another Fibonacci down here so that we have something that is more appropriate for the price ranging that we're in currently. I am so confused about what you guys are writing up here. Let me see. I want to check that out here. 1 second. So I'm going back up just a little bit to the top up here, where Bondaro says, check the hourly chart. It looks like we're forming a hammer. Maybe the daily? The daily looks more like a hammer. I don't know if the hourly really looks like it, but the daily looks like it for sure. Unless this was the hour that you were talking about right here, which is entirely possible since it did just change over to 13:30. Yeah, that could. Let's see. What time did you write your message? 11:44. Yeah, this should be the one you're talking about right here. It's hard. I don't know. Definitely looks like one before that though. Jana, what are you talking about? I meant to say there were a lot of videos today saying that we are being lied to and AMC is crashing and will crash. Who's saying that? Because I mean, we've seen so much worse times than this. I would be interested in knowing who's saying those kind of things because I don't feel like I feel like we've seen so much worse. Like this is nothing compared to what we've seen in the past. The only people who would be afraid of what's happening right now are people who've only been in this for like the last 5 months. And, you know, I can understand the fear. I believe they are saying the sells are outweighing the buys. No, that's not true. They are not talking about shorts or manipulation. Keep calm because we're way buried in naked shorts. We're good, absolutely. I was just mad because those came up first in my feed for YouTube today. I wonder why. It's being pushed. Yeah. Then Chico says this is a panic reaction to the new variant. Same thing happened with the Delta variant. I don't remember. I don't remember, Chico, when the Delta variant came out, or when we had. My memory's not that good. Do you remember what dates those were, Chico? I'm just kind of curious. If you remember what dates those are, I'd like to go back and kind of check that time frame and see if it kind of meets or actually, wouldn't it be ironic? Let me give you a date. Was the Delta variant announced on or around 5/6 or 5/7? Was that the time frame that you're talking about? Possibly 4/28 to 5/7. I'll go with those days. Because if it is, we're actually getting a very similar reaction in pricing right now to that period of time. August? Okay. I wasn't sure when it was. I was curious if it coincided with previous price movements. So that would have been after here. That would have been 8. That would have been actually on this upwards trend. Oh, I remember that now. I do remember it. It was really close to around the time we were going to get ready to do our 500 million share dilution vote, which I was like, no, don't do it. Yeah, I do remember. It was June, July. You're right. It was June, July because it was really close to the period of time where we were getting ready to vote for the 500 million share dilution. And the reason I remember it is that I didn't want to talk about it. Um, I had started doing this stream right around the time that happened. I didn't want to talk about it on the stream because it was kind of one of those things where I felt like I had some idea or knowledge of what was possibly coming for shutdowns due to the Delta variant, and I thought it would only create fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and so I didn't talk about it on purpose. I do expect a hard reversal from what happened today, guys. I am expecting a very hard reversal. I don't know when it's going to happen, but let me show you something real quick here. And I'm going to blind you guys and let's see, what do I have up on the page? I got nothing on the page. All right, here we go. Blinding you in 3, 2, 1. There we go. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. Price today closing at 33.78. Actually, you know what? I never updated yesterday's information. Let's do that really quickly here. Let's take a look at this because I think this is important to look at because this is definitely way outside of what we should be seeing. Let me scroll back up here. I'm refreshing yesterday's data. Okay, so we closed yesterday at 36.84, which is underneath the $37 that I was talking about, and our total volume was 27,592,209. We were up 40% in volume, but that was day over day. That was from a Friday to a Monday where we had a partial day of trading, so to be expected, right? So obviously yesterday was not the blow. More importantly, we dipped underneath that $37 range, and I keep telling you guys the price needs to remain relatively the same to the price of when we came into the bang, which was $40.07. 3684 is beyond that, relatively the same in my mind, and so we saw this once before where price dropped to 3683. Look at this, real close. We were at 3924, price dropped to 36.6, and then 3683, 3605, 34, and then we had a huge price increase over the next few days, getting us back up to that $40 range. I'm kind of expecting something very similar. I'm expecting something very, very similar. We're now down into the 3384 range right now. Excuse me. I bet we close somewhere around this, same as we did on 1027, around 3476. There's some, what's the word I'm looking for? Extraordinarily unusual activity going on in this phase. Very, very unusual. It is not like anything we've seen in the past. I don't know what to make of it. This is now the second time that we've dipped down well below normal values for this period of time. One of them being right here. I'm gonna color these red. Once right here, and now once again starting here. And if I zoom back up here, you'll see that I have some other red instances that are in here. And they were periods of time that I identified as, oh, I can't color them red. Red's the below. What do I want to color this? Let's color it, let's color it gray. Something's happening in these periods of time. And the unusual part about it is that price dips pretty hard and then rebounds almost back to right exactly where it was going into it. So 1022 to 1029, and now starting yesterday, 3684, 1129. So how many days did that last for last time? Last time it was 6 days. Something different is definitely happening right now. It's going to take me some time to digest this. Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything to fear from the price movement action going on right now, Anthony, but it's very unusual. I definitely feel like there's some intimidation factor going on here. I mean, you can just tell. I mean, look at the volume down here, and I'll pull this up again. I'm actually gonna. Here's where I took a picture of it earlier. When the volume started increasing. Normally we see my viewers are kind of trending based on price and not volume, and then all of a sudden today for some reason viewership started trending with volume. And I'll take another picture of it right here to show you how it's still kind of the case. Look at it now, right? You got upwards movement and then a little bit of a fall, a little bit of a dip, right? We're seeing the same exact thing down here. You guys tell a story. Believe it or not, you guys tell a story. Your psychological impact to everything that happens tells a story. We're being manipulated. We're definitely being manipulated psychologically in attacks like this. Good morning, Sandy. No, Roberta, I don't think that they changed the algorithm. That's not what's going on. That you can't just change those algorithms. That's not how it works. Changing an algorithm would, to give you an example, just a very rough, basic example. To change an algorithm would be like saying 5 plus 5 no longer equals 10. Okay? Changing an algorithm is saying, okay, now 5 plus 6 equals 10. That's changing an algorithm. Okay? You will not get the same results, and they desperately need to get the same results that they've gotten always in the past. And to do that, they have to keep the algorithms the same. They can do little minor tweaks. They can do super minor tweaks based off of psychological impact. But it's going to be like super fine tweaks and nothing that's going to create like massive changes in how the algorithms work. You guys have hope and hype without me. You do. I believe in yourselves. More than anything, believe in yourself. You've done the DD. You don't need me to tell you what's happening, right? I love what you just said, AMC Stockmaster, but you guys really have to believe in yourself, because no matter what I say to you guys in our adventure together, it's going to ultimately come down to you and your choice. So you have to believe in yourself, and you have to have hope and faith in yourself, and believing in all the research that you've gone through to get here to this point in time. So I love the idea that I bring hope, but you have to have it inside yourselves. You really do. Absolutely, Chico. Cinemark is down. They are down 6.87%. They're nearly as much as we are. I forgot to put my picture back up. There we go. Get you guys back your data. Stop, Stung Master. You're just trying to get on my good side. I already like you. You don't have to do that. Sean, I want to know what you said. You said question is by whom? By whom? By whom? By whom? I know I must have said something that, or somebody said something that triggered that, but I'm a little confused by it. Probably because of the time delay. Oh, to Anthony, what Anthony said. I think I see it. You haven't written it yet, but I think I see it now. Who by whom people who told them to stop buying? Yeah. Well, I'm not getting into it. Unless somebody can answer the question to you about, what does it mean to have puts, the out of money puts becoming in the money, and not knowing or understanding the relationship to why that's so important to not have happen, then they just don't understand the concept between price and price movement and what's happening with our stock. Want to potentially become a millionaire in the stock market? Step 1, don't buy any shares. I'm serious, Dan. I mean, you pretty much nailed it on the head. You couldn't say it any better than that. That's not how you become a millionaire in the stock market. It's not. I'm drawing this box here, but it looks like we're already starting to break out of the wedge. Step 1, don't buy any shares. I really can't. I mean, the only visual that I can give, about not buying shares is that one visual, where it's like that you got the stack of chips, and you tell everybody to stop buying AMC because you don't want to bleed money into the hedge funds, and so it's like, okay, there you go. I stopped buying AMC. Congratulations. Good job. Get everybody else to stop doing it too. You need this. This needs to be in here. In order for us to not see the price move down, we need that to be in there so badly. It's absolutely crucial. Anybody who would suggest not buying, I would say probably hasn't been in the stock market since, I don't know, the 1990s. And the reason that I would say that is because for those of you who've been around that long, you remember how much it used to cost per trade. I think one of the big ones back in those days might have been like E-Trade. And on E-Trade you spent like, I don't even remember what it was. It was something ridiculous. I don't remember. I really honestly can't remember how much it was, but every single trade that you made was X amount of dollars out of your pocket. And, it seemed like a lot back then. Now I think back to it, and it might have only been like maybe $5 or $10 or something like that a trade. And I look back and I go like, that's really not that much money. But it was back then. I remember being a lot of money back then. At least it was to me. Especially if you wanted to try a day trade. If you wanted to try a day trade, every single time you made a transaction and it cost you that much money, you had to do in large quantities because you didn't want to do small little trades here and there, because every single time you did one of those trades, it cost you that much money. It didn't matter how many trades you did, always the same price. So you always tried to group your orders into one order. And you just couldn't be a very effective trader that way. But now we have systems in place like PFOF that allow us to do multiple trades at one time, and of course they're going to make money off of us. Somebody's always going to make money off of us, guys. It's not, you don't get air. You don't even get air for free anymore. I love it when I say that to my kids. I always say that to my kids all the time. You don't get anything for free in life. And they go, we get air for free. And I go, yeah, go to the gas station and try to fill up your tires. You're paying for it. There's nothing free. You just don't get anything free in life. So of course it's going to cost us to have buy orders. They do. They absolutely do, Brett. But you're not gonna stop the entire market from doing that, and that's the problem. Let me get this straight, Brett. I will completely agree with the fact that we're bleeding money into the hedge funds' pockets by doing payment for order flow. 100%, I totally agree. I totally agree. But if you want to suggest that taking away from just AMC those buy orders is going to put some kind of dent into the pockets of the hedge funds, you're wrong. You're just flat out wrong. Because we have to stop payment for order flow for the entire market before it would make an impact. And so, yeah, It's the cost of doing business. It is the cost of doing business. It looks like we might have broken out of this just a slight bit ahead of my my box here. Just a slight bit. Now that we're back to just buying and not selling, it looks like we're having problems with volume again, of course. Ooh, dilution is bad, but there's a difference between. Let me think about that. That's a great point, Brett. That is a really good point. Now let me come up with a counter. Let me come up with a counter to it because you say it making a valid point because dilution is super bad, right? You make up a really good point. So let me just think about this really quickly, and I'll tell you why this isn't dilution. And let me just think about it for just a second. Let me reread what it is that you said, and then tell you why what's happening is not dilution. I got it. I got it. Give me 1 minute. Give me just a couple minutes, and I know how I'm going to express this in a visual manner. I'm a very visual person. I have to see things visually. So I'm gonna go get something real quickly, and I think I can express this to you visually what the difference is between buying more synthetic shares, and hopefully this will make some sense to you. I think this will really help you out here. Give me just 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. I couldn't find what I wanted to find, but I'm still going to give you the representation anyways. Let's do a blank slate. I need a picture of something just clear. All right. Here's my drawing board. I'm going to try to explain this to you, Brett. Here we have synthetic shares. S-Y, I can't even spell. S-Y-N, oh my gosh. What a epic failure already. This is why I need balloons. Synthetics. Synth. Okay, we have synthetics. Synthetic shares are like this. Here you have a balloon, and I'm the world's worst drawer. Okay, but just imagine a little balloon here, right? As I blow into this balloon, I'm expanding this balloon bigger and bigger, right? The balloon becomes bigger and bigger and bigger until the balloon becomes so big it can't stand the size or the amount of air that's inside there, and it pops. Okay, that's synthetic shares. What you're talking about, share dilution, share dilution is taking your balloon and increasing the size of your balloon, which can take more air before it pops. That's the difference between synthetics and dilution. Dilution is when you just made your balloon bigger and it can hold more air. Synthetics means that you just have a bigger balloon increasing in size that's going to pop. This balloon right here will pop way sooner than this balloon will pop. This larger balloon will take much more air. I was going to try to find two different balloons and try to show that to you. But that's the difference between synthetics and share dilution. Share dilution is just a bigger balloon, right? And it's going to take more and more shares. Now, the other part to dilution that's bad is not only will it take more shares to pop this balloon, but those shares are also used against us, right? So it's almost like they're like very powerful shares that resist air from coming into the balloon. So not only does a balloon pop at a much larger amount, right? Much larger amount, but it also is used against us to knock down some of the previous what's the word I'm looking for? Previous on loan amount. So let me show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to pull up Vortex and I'll prove this to you. This is on loan amount right here that I'm showing you in red line. I'm going to get rid of all the other junk. Share dilution. I'm going to actually do a drawing, another drawing. Share dilution happened in a couple key points in time in our stock. And you can see it. You can see the size of the balloon increasing. Share dilution. Share dilution. Do you see what happened to on loan amount during those periods of time? And if you don't believe, it's okay. I can prove it to you. I went ahead and recorded down all the periods of time and put them on a nice little page so you could see where those periods of time where we had share dilution at. Let me see if I can find it here. This one. So this is a charting of all the periods of time where Wanda sold shares and where AMC sold shares. The white lines being AMC and the red lines being Wanda. Unfortunately, I don't have a red line on here. I pulled up the wrong number when I was charting this. I pulled up the on loan number of loans. But the numbers, you know, if we pull up the same value on here, you'll see that those numbers almost follow each other almost exactly. On loan number, there we go. Back here, they were charting pretty close to the same thing. You can see the difference in those numbers. They still go down here. You can see where it goes dips here and then it dips down here. You can see that the numbers still have relative meaning. But this is that same chart, right? And here's that dip right here. You had 72.33 million shares by AMC loaned. It made the balloon bigger. It made the balloon so much bigger. It dropped down and it prevented us from moving upwards in price. Then we started filling up the balloon some more. We had 13.5 and 120,000 shares here, and those really didn't impact us a whole lot. We kept blowing up our balloon, and then suddenly the balloon got ready to pop. It was getting really close to ready to pop, and then you had 13.8 million shares by Wanda. Poof, balloon just got bigger. We started blowing up that bigger balloon. 51.5 million shares by AMC right as we were starting to increase in price, and poof, there goes our balloon down again. It made our balloon so much bigger. Dilution makes the balloon bigger. Synthetics make the balloon blow up. You want the balloon to pop, so you have to ask yourself, what do you want? Do you want share dilution or do you want synthetics? Because there's a massive difference between the two of them. You want synthetics because that's blowing your balloon up. The more you blow your balloon up, the closer it gets to popping. We need to pop. Dilution is not synthetics. Completely different things. I mean, I pulled up the chart earlier, Brett. If you've been literally holding for 6 months, you're up 148.6%. So here's the chart right here. I'll even drop it to our current price. I already actually undid it earlier. But I'll drop this down to our current price of $34. Oops. And if you've been in this play for 6 months since the 24th of this month, you're up $148.5. This is taking it off of F254 minus or divided by F125. If I drive up to F125, the date on 125 spot would have been 5/24. So if you've legitimately been in this for 6 months, you are up 148.5%. Unless you've done something along the way that would reduce the amount that you're up by. If you've been in this for 5 months, then you're down around 40%. Okay, the numbers are all right here. They're all listed for you, how much you're down by, based off of our current price right at this moment. If you're in it since this month, 7.7 down. If you're in 2 months, 15% down. 3 months, 23.2. 4 months, 15.6. 40% for 5 months, 148.5 for 6 months, 7 months, 195.7, 8 months, 276.9, and 9 months, 274%. But you know what though? If you go back in time, all these people back here from 6 months and longer who have over 100% in increase in price, those people were on much bigger losses than what you guys have been in the last 5 months. Much bigger losses before they saw gains. So consider yourself lucky. Consider yourself lucky that the most you're going to have to see lost before you see gains is only 40%, because the guys back here saw 60% plus. They did. They saw that kind of stuff. That's right. That's what I have. June 24th. According to this chart, based off of what, you know, that date, if you look at the pricing back on that date, and I scroll back up to it again, 524, right here. The price was $13.68 as closing. That means that if price is $34 right now, you are up 148.5%. I'm doing the math for you. Not sure what you mean by finding the bottle today. Are we talking about drinking? GD? Oh, bottom. I just got it. Oh, man. I'll go find the bottle later. I'll go find the bottle later. Yeah, if that's what it takes, go find the bottle. So Brett, I'm going to scroll up just a tad bit here to see if that made sense to you. Did the balloon? No, what we're doing, Brett, so far has been great. I see nothing wrong with everything that we've been doing. It's been working beautifully. This is part of the process, and you have to understand that. Anybody who comes into this stock thinking that they're just going to be up green the whole time, you're wrong. You're wrong. I know of 2 people out of all the people I talk to, I know 2 people who've never been in the red. 2. And I've talked to hundreds and hundreds of people. I promise you. You will be in the red before you're in the green on this stock. And the only reason you're feeling pressure is because you're down. And I felt it too, and I know exactly how much it hurts. I had to take it felt so, I remember feeling so crappy. I was watching everybody around me making so much money on Doge, all these other plays. They were talking about all this other stuff. And here I am holding the AMC, and I'm sitting there going to myself like, man, this sucks. I wanted to see so much green because I knew that there was potential in AMC, and I was like, nah, no, I'm doubling down on this. I'm buying more. I'm going to start hedging down. Not hedging down. I'm going to start. I'm going to start reducing the cost that I have per share, and so I started buying up more. And I was like, nah, this is going to work out. And so I started buying more shares, and sure enough, next thing you know, in June, pop. And the only thing that prevented us from going up in price further at that point in time was the share dilution, not the share synthetics. The share dilution stopped us from going up in June. So it's very important to understand the difference between share dilution and share synthetics. Does it make sense to you? I hope it makes sense to you, that understanding that share dilution makes the balloon bigger, and can take more air to get it to pop. And the air is what synthetic shares are, the air that fills the balloon that gets it to pop. Right? We have to buy more of those to apply more pressure. The more pressure that we apply to the hedge funds, the more this thing is going to pop. Hopefully that makes sense. Dude, Brett, I was red. I was red the entire time until May. What was the first date that I became green? May 13th, 17th. I think it was probably around May 17th. And then I went red again briefly. Very, very briefly on like the 21st. Because it went back down to $12. Very, very briefly. But right around May 13th is when I probably started going green. And yeah, sure, it took me less time, but I lost more than you have. I lost way more. Over 60%. Over 60% to get to May. Less time, more loss. You're getting more time, less loss. I think I'd rather have it your direction. Because let me tell you, losing more than 60% of your money that you've put into something, it don't feel good. It don't feel good at all. And 60% hurts way more than 40% does, let me tell you. I'll tell you why it hurts more. I don't know if you've ever been to Arizona, but 100 degrees is hot. 120 degrees? You can't live in that. You just can't. You stay inside. And it's just a matter of 20 degrees. That's it. But what should excite you more than anything, Brett, is that I'm sitting here taking losses, unrealized losses, just as much as you are, right? And I'm still here, right? That should excite you. That should excite you to know that there are people with you standing here, holding the ground because we believe in what's going to happen. That should excite you. And when we sit here and we tell you that buying and holding is the way to go, and that trying to change the plan midstream is not a good idea, there's a reason for it. And it's because we've seen this work in the past. We know it works. It worked with GME, it's worked with now AMC, and it's been working with a bunch of other stocks too. There's other meme stocks out there that are making money as well. MCon, are you flying? I used to live there, Roberto. I know exactly what it's like. How's it going, Empire Fire? That's kind of a catchy name. I like that. California. I used to live in California. I never heard that one before. Oh, you're flying. Ooh, you're flying from Connecticut to Arizona. Yeesh. Tucson's not so bad, Roberto. You have to admit Tucson's weather's a lot nicer than Phoenix. MCon, I don't know if you've ever been to Arizona before, but I'm gonna tell you right now that you're in for a shocker. You're lucky that it's the winter right now. It probably won't feel quite as bad. In fact, you might actually really enjoy it. But if you ever happen to go in the summertime, when they open up that door to the plane and you walk off the plane, that when you feel the oven hit you, you go like, "Who turned on the heater?" I mean, I remember the literal thought coming out of I almost said it, like, "Who turned on the heater when you're walking through the thing here?" And then I walked into the airport and got down and got my luggage and then walked outside and I was like, "Holy crap, it's not a heater, it's the outside temperature." It literally feels like somebody opened up an oven door. You know, when you stand in front of your bread, waiting for your bread to finish, and you open up that oven door to look to see how brown it is, and you open up that door, and it just like hits you in the face, and you're like, "Ooh, that's hot." That's what it feels like in Arizona. You're right, Anthony. You didn't lose it. You're right. And I tried to correct myself as I was saying. I said unrealized losses. Yep, blow dryer in your face coming off the plane. And it's so funny too because you think when it hits you, you think, who turned on the heater? Who's an idiot that would turn a heater on that high? Guys, it's time for technical analysis. I didn't see a response from Brett. Brett, did the balloon thing make sense to you? Does it make sense how dilution is like getting like changing your balloon from a smaller balloon to a larger size balloon versus synthetic shares is just the air that you're putting inside of the balloon? Does that make sense to you? Because I think that's probably the best way that I can explain the difference between dilution and synthetic shares. Synthetic shares just blow up the balloon versus dilution making the balloon bigger, which means that it takes more synthetics to blow the balloon up before it'll pop. It's the only way I can explain it that will make sense to you. I think it's actually a pretty good explanation. I'm going to delete this wedge, and let's do the technical analysis. And quite frankly, Brett, I love the fact that you stuck around and that you wanted to hear what I have to say. Because I do like the fact that you're willing to see a different point of view. I think that's really I admire that of people. I do. It means you want to learn, and I think that's good. Let me take you guys to the other page, and let's see what's going on with off exchange. 57.18. So the off exchange has got a little bit of extra, little something going into off exchange. Not much. It did slightly increase. Ortex is showing a decrease in more shares being borrowed. Of course, as shares are being sold to the market, that'll go down. They'll be able to replace the borrows with shares that are sold back to the market. So that's dipping back down a little bit. Where's my number? Okay, it was 2.35 an hour ago. It is now down to 1.73. That's going to drop the estimated current short share interest of the free float down to 16.16%. And let's take a look at that options chain. Okay, at a $40 strike price. So this is kind of interesting to me. The options are still being highly purchased at a $40 strike price, which I wouldn't have expected considering how much we dropped down. Which to me kind of tells me that there's still a lot of investor enthusiasm about hitting 40 bucks by the end of the week, which I think is really kind of exciting to see. I mean, if you want to look for something to hold on to that. 16.8 thousand contracts is what it was an hour ago. It's now 17.8, so it's still going up. At a $33 strike price, it has definitely moved up higher there. In volume, it's gone from 14.2 in the last hour to 16.5. Almost a 1-to-1 ratio on those two. If you were to average it out, probably looking at like a closing price 34, 35, 36. I can't math. $7, 3.5, 36.5 bucks. But it looks to me like they might be buying these options for the end of the week. So we'll probably be lower than that today. Moving over to orders by Fidelity customers, AMC currently top 6 with 74% buys to 26% sales. GME was moving up the list as well earlier. Looks like they have, where are they at? Where'd you go, GME? 22. They're 22nd spot with 79% buys to 21% sales. No new shares borrowed. $1.1 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 46.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts, and 24.483 thousand contracts are in the money on the puts. NASDAQ is down 1.34%. Dow Jones is down 1.39. S&P 500 is down 1.33. The market's still on fire. with 5,811 decliners to 1,596 advancers. The market is slightly advancing more than it was, very, very slightly, than it was an hour ago. And taking a look at our price movement here on some of these different stocks, we've got the VIX is up 18.47%. The Tesla is down 0.06. Hood is down 2.7. Amazon down 1.31. Cinemark down 4.5. So they're starting to make a recovery. Doge is down or up 1.16. GME down 2.98. AMC down 7.17. We currently have more inflow than outflow by a 4-point spread. My poor memory. Can't even remember how to talk. Let's see here. It was 47, if I recall correctly. An hour ago, we were at a rate, volume rate, averaging pace of 47 million shares. We were down to 41.9. My volume prediction for the day today was 20 to 40 million. If we do end today on the upper end of 40 million, that would be a pretty significant jump. Well, I shouldn't say significant. It was a jump. It'd be a jump. It would definitely be a jump. Price starting to spike back up here a little bit. On the daily, we see more buying pressure than selling pressure. Oh, it looks really close to equal, actually. No, more buying pressure. I can see it. More buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 36.08 on a 1 hour interval. We currently have more, looks equal buying and selling pressure with RSI at 31.94. Equal buying and selling pressure on the 30-minute interval with RSI at 33.52. More buying pressure than selling pressure on a 5-minute interval, RSI 57.41. And on a 1-minute interval, we're not going to look at it. Getting some boomsticks here, guys. Getting some boomsticks. Someone with a lot of money to spend is taking a bearish stance on AMC Entertainment, and retail traders should know. We might have had a little bit of a bear trap this morning, guys. Out of all the special options we uncovered, 8 are puts for a total amount of 1.264 million, and 13 are calls for a total of 649,000. The price target of $25. Oh, no. Range from 25 to 145. Cinemark taking a run as well. By the way, guys, Cinemark is hedged. Look at their average 3-month volume versus their free float. I feel like they're definitely hedged. Oh man. You guys are. I knew this time was going to come where you guys were going to be talking faster than I could keep up with you, and so you'll have to forgive me. I'm not going to be doing super chats. I'm just not. But you know, if there's something you want me to touch on, I do try to read through some of these, but I know I will spend so much time. If there's something you want me to see, pick your time to say it, right? You know I'm not going to be when I'm going through. If it's something you specifically want me to see, wait until I'm not doing the technical analysis because I just won't see it otherwise. I'm going to have to probably just stop going through those. Throat gurgles. I'm looking for a bigger picture pattern here. What are the chances we make it back up to 35.76? Man, 32.76. 32.76. That was a 26.3% drop. just gonna let you guys talk. Maybe I just open a Discord and we can all talk on there. So, for those of you who don't know, I host space calls on Sundays, Mondays, and Tuesdays for about an hour, which always ends up turning into probably about 2.5 to 3 hours. Why do I do it? Because I want to hear your voices. I really do. Brett, I would love to see you there. I would love to see you there on the space call, and I would love to have a cordial conversation. You know, I'd love to hear it. Because I do want to hear your side of your voice because it comes so much different hearing somebody talk in a live voice than seeing it through a chat box. It just doesn't come across the same. And I think that you and I and a lot of us all have very similar common goals or um, things that we want to see have happen. I think we all care about this very, very much, and that's something we have in common together. So, show up, don't show up, it's up to you guys. But I do, that's the only reward that I get from doing this channel is hearing your voices. So if you want to show up there and we can talk, and I'd love to have you there. I'm sorry to hear that, Brett. Work sucks. It does. It does suck, man. I get you. Pip, you don't know how to space call. If you're on Twitter, all you have to do is go to my profile. And what I'll do, actually, I'll set it up right now because I always forget to do it in advance. But if you go to my profile, oh, AP wanted me to let you guys know something. I don't know why that is. I don't know. Did he say something in here earlier and I missed it? I don't know. For some reason, he said just to let you know and tell the others online that I'm your ride or die bitch in this play, and it till the end. Laugh out loud. I'm not sure why he wanted me to say that, but he wanted me to say it, and so there I did. But Pip, as far as joining the space call, I'm gonna set it up right now, and you can go to my Twitter profile, and you can click on the link once I've started it. But I started at 6 p.m. my time. Right now, it's my time. It's 1:20. So, like, what is that? 5.5 hours roughly from now. It's gonna happen. Let me set up a scheduled time for this. Oops. There we go. And we actually had a gentleman named Jake. Well, I assume it was Jake from State Farm. I, I actually don't know. It just said Jake, who was on there last night, who had some really insightful information and really had a good time talking to Jake. Monty was there. It was a good conversation last night. All right. I just posted it, I think. Maybe, maybe not. Let's see here. There. I just tweeted it out, so it should be on my Twitter account now. When you go to it, you should see it. Yeah. I'm gonna go back to break here, guys, in just a second. I do need I need my downtime. I just realized I'm like trying to respond to people as I'm still live on the air with you guys. I gotta save that for the side. I do respond to you guys, believe it or not. Like if people talk to me in the off, downtime, I talk back. So, I try to make myself available. If you guys, so as far as politics goes, guys, we're not all gonna agree. We're not all gonna agree. I guarantee you it. What we do agree on is we agree on AMC. We agree on the fact that we want to see this thing squeeze, and we agree that we want to see the hedge funds, pretty much destroyed or severely limited to the point to where we can actually have a fair market again. And I think if we focus on those kind of things, that's probably more important than anything else. Because if we just try to talk about the things that divide us, then we're not going to psychologically be prepared for the things that are going to attack us. So talk about it if you want to, but we're not going to all agree. We're just not. And it's better to talk about the things that we do agree upon because it's healthy for us. But again, you guys can talk about what you want to. I'm not going to stop you. I'm trying to see if there's a pattern I can pick out here before I go. I mean, I see something going on here, but it's not like incredibly obvious. Once you know it. Leaving out just the tip. Gives us a breakout here really close towards the end of the day. It does appear like price is increasing. Hopefully we can get volume increasing so we see a little bit of a bullish pattern going into this breakout. I will leave you guys with that, and I'm going to take a break from now until 2 o'clock, and we'll do our normal 2 o'clock toast to the end of the day. We have things to be thankful for. We really do. And, let's be thankful for what we have in common, right? Maybe that's what we'll toast to for today. Let's be thankful for what we have in common. And let's rejoice in those kind of things, because honestly, those are the things that we really need to kind of have pumping through our veins right now. Those are the kind of feelings that we need to kind of get charged up here. We have another day tomorrow. So with that, I'm going to go on break, and I'll see you guys at 2 o'clock, about 35 minutes from now. I will leave you guys with the music and a message. Let's see here. All right, see you guys in a bit. Alrighty, I am back. You know what time of the day it is? It's time to toast. I don't know whose comment was. They said, they said, you blew right out of your wedge. That made me laugh. Definitely made me laugh. Let's open up this beer here. It's beer 30. Beer hour. it's power hour. We need some juice for the power hour. All right, again, we're always going to have disagreements but I'm going to toast to our agreements. The things that we agree on and the things that we have common unity in, those are the things that really need to be talked about. The hedge funds are always doing enough as it is to divide us. Let's not further the wedge. Because who likes a wedgie? Cheers. Nobody likes a wedgie. Nobody likes hedgies. Take your pick. This beard is getting so white. Ugh. I feel so old. I feel like I've literally transformed into Santa Claus over the last 3 months. Oh boy. All right, let's take a look at things here. I was notified on break that there may have been a letting go of somebody from the channel. It wasn't me. And I'm going to go back through here and see if I can find where that may have happened. And I will reverse it. I don't want anybody to feel like they're not welcome here. I don't see an instance where somebody was kicked from the channel, but I do have that information elsewhere. I believe it should show up somewhere. So if I find that to be the case, I'll change that. Kind of going through. I don't see it. So anyways, yeah, just in time for Christmas. Yeah, it was Zach, and I didn't do it. If I can, there should be a way if I can find. I usually can find out. All his messages no longer showing up on the screen here. Apparently, so that kind of tells me that they were probably kicked. Because I don't know how else that happens. If I can rectify that, I will. I know Zach said that he wasn't going to come back anyways, but I'll try to rectify it if I can. I'll have to do it after the show's over, though. Anyways, moving on. Let's take a look at what's going on here. That was Brett MCon, not Zach. I will figure it out. I'll figure it out and I'll see if it was something that we did on our side or if it was something that something he did from his. If he chooses to not be here anymore, that's his prerogative. He did get a little offensive at one point, but you know, it's not like I've never not said something out of anger as well. I'd be lying if I said I didn't. And I understand the frustrations. We have a lot of you know, it's tense. It's a tense period of time for people who've been in this play for 5 months or less. Just really intense, and I get it. I've been there. Some of us who've been in holding since January, we've been in that position. We know what it's like. It sucks. It sucks so bad, but we're here still. We're still here. We're not going anywhere, and we're holding for you. Trust me. I'm holding for you. I want to see us all win. Off exchange, 57.18. Let me refresh it. Now down to 56.6, a little less being pushed into the off exchange. Let's update Vortex. Ortex currently showing 1.72 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. That is just slightly less than an hour ago. It was 1.73, which is going to keep our short share of the interest, short share interest of the free float at the same day of 1616. Updating the options chart. If you have doubts in your mind, guys, right now, you're not the only one. You're not the only one. And it's okay to be frustrated. I get it. I totally do. But let's not change the plans. We know they work. Options on the call side. The $40 strike price is still the number one. It's gone from 17.8 thousand contracts to 19. On the put side, $33 still holding strong from 16.5 to 17.6 thousand contracts. It looks to me like we might have had a little bit of a bear trap here, believe it or not. It does kind of look that way. It seems difficult to believe. Okay, we were in sixth position earlier. We are now still in sixth position with a very strong 73% buying rate to 27% sell ratio. Looking super, super good there. GME in 24th position with 79% bias to 21% sales. They are looking really strong as well. Borrowed shares in the last hour, I am not seeing any. So the total amount of shares having been borrowed for the day today is 2.35, which is very, very low. Super, super low. I'll tell you my thoughts on this in just a minute. Something is kind of creeping into my mind here. We have 1.1 thousand contracts in the money on the calls. 46.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. I've been working on the side on getting a guest speaker on the show. I know I've said that once before. That other guest speaker I think kind of fell through. But the new guest speaker is somebody that some of you know who it is. I'm not going to reveal it just yet. I want to make sure we kind of iron everything out, make sure it's all good to go before I announce it. But I'm hoping in the very near future we'll have a guest speaker. It's another YouTuber. We'll get him on the show here and get you guys to meet him. I think he's got some cool stuff out there. Nasdaq is down 1.54%. Dow Jones is down 1.71. S&P 500 is down 1.65. We have currently 5,646 decliners to 1,754 advancers. VIX is up still 19.34%. Tesla is down 0.08. Hood is down 4.17. Amazon's down 1.72. Cinemark down 5.46. Doge is up 0.33. GME is down 4.38. And AMC is down 7.74. We have more inflow than outflow by 1 million. Actually, it's less than that. It's like 0.3. Volume 33.75. Where are you going, volume? What you doing? What do we got? 50 minutes left. 49. Looks like we're on a pace for 38.6 million shares traded for the day today. My prediction for volume was 20 to 40, so we're going to be right in there. Really close to the upper side of my prediction. And let's see here. On a daily interval, we are currently Man, it looks like more buying pressure than selling pressure, just ever so slightly, with RSI at 35.58. On a 1 hour, we have maybe just slightly higher selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at 29.32. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, just slightly, with RSI at 33.88. Man, that's been under for most of the day today. Yeesh. Yeesh. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.83. So this is a message that I wrote to somebody. I'll go back over and see what you guys are writing here. Yeah, anger is fear. I mean, right? You can't get any better than Yoda. And anger leads to the dark side. Oh, welcome to the channel, Waddy. X Waddy. That's a cool story, man. You've at 45, not even a flinch. I've averaged down from 60. I mean, that's awesome, man. Oh, Duncan actually said it too. Great minds think alike, Duncan, eh? I like you. I've liked you from the get-go, buddy. So Anthony, what you're saying right now is actually the opposite. So what I was just thinking was, we still have really low volume today. Most of the buying pressure that retail has had has been over 70% in the buy orders. Volume doesn't really indicate to me that we've had a whole lot of selling going on, not at least from retail. I'm starting to think that this might have been an institutional sell-off. I know that sounds really strange. It sounds really strange, but I've been waiting for this to happen. I've been waiting to see an institutional share sell-off. I have my theories as to why that might be. I don't want to go into them just yet. I still have to prove it, and it's going to take some time to prove it. But I would not doubt if we see institutional share ownership going down a little bit here in the near future. It's okay, though. That's not a bad thing. Which is kind of interesting because you're saying that let's say you said let's say retail has taken Lou's advice and all the buying is institutions, good or bad for us. So it would be, if your scenario were the case, Anthony, it would be bad for us. The reason being is that it's a combination of both retail and institutions that are buying shares that causes the price to move or to at least stay level with where it's at, if not gaining. And so we need pressure from both sides in order to see price move upwards. I don't expect, I mean, with accumulation, if that's what they're doing, if they're accumulating right now, you would expect to see bigger movements in price. And I think we're seeing the opposite of that. I don't think that we're selling. If we were selling, I think you would see a much bigger volume increase. And this is really just day over day. It's not very much. It's bigger, but it's not much bigger. I think what we might have had here is a little bit of an institutional sell-off. We might have, let me just look at this some more. volume increase. I mean, it did increase today. I mean, you can see the increase today over other previous days. I don't know. Maybe it was a little bit of, maybe it was AMC. I mean, it's really hard to say that though, because when you look at the Fidelity orders, the orders are saying more buying than selling is going on. Maybe we have a transfer of weak hands to strong hands. I mean, when's the last time we had a peak this high? Maybe at least back to 11.9. I'd say the last time that we had a day this big was probably right back here, like 11.8 or 11.9. And that was when we had the recovery. Oh, look. Yeah. That's exactly, okay. Yeah, this is, okay, this makes sense. I'm gonna pull over the suck squeeze bang blow. And I'm going to zoom up just a little bit here where we had two different periods of time that I identified as being kind of like some weird points in our bang phase. And one of them being the 1022 through 1029 and the recovery. The recovery really spiked up on 11.8. And the day before 11.8, 11.5 kind of looks like what we're having in volume today, a little bit. So this could just be a repeat of this period of time back here. When price dropped down to, what was it, 34.76? Only this time it was a little bit more severe than last time. So it's back here. So this is where they dropped price back. I think our values were a little bit lower last time. And then they raised the price back up to 47.50 and then started dropping it on us again. It looks like they've generated more paper hands this time than they did last time. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough to say who sold shares today. Because Fidelity is saying that we bought way more than we sold. I want to say it's institutions. I want to say the institutions may have dropped the price a little bit. Maybe they wanted a last minute sale. Who knows? But to me, based off of all the data that we have, I would say that it looks more like an institutional sell than it does a retail sell. Suppose you have 1 million shares, you want to buy 1 million more without price jumping. You make shares available for lending, sit back and buy more as they short with your shares. Yeah, that's it, Sean. And you nailed it. And we did watch them borrow today. They borrowed at least a little over 1 million shares. And we're seeing the put options stacking up really high. All right, like if I pull back up Stonko Tracker and we take a look at Stonko Tracker and we drive down here, you can see the institutional shares in the money here that, you know, if price does drive back up, will be out of the money. Actually, this is a really poor representation of them all. Let me pull back up Fidelity. 1 second here. So here on Fidelity, you'll see, I mean, wasn't a whole lot of open interest. Not a whole lot of open interest. In fact, this morning when it opened up, the lowest was at $30. but you can already see now there's some volume picking up even as low as what is this, $15. There's volume today at $15 and $20 that is starting to stack up. So if institutions sold off a little bit here to try and get to try and create like a bear trap, causing hedge funds to put out some put options so that they could buy in at a lower price, it's almost like institutions are swing trading this. They want to get in. They want to get in some more shares at a lower cost, trapping the hedge funds into lower put positions. Because as it stood on Ortex, we could see that shares on loan versus shares short interest were almost identical numbers, which means they just didn't have a whole lot on loan. So by driving the price down, they forced lending. Interesting strategy. Yeah, that's actually a very interesting, because I mean, from a retail perspective, when we look at Fidelity, right? AMC's got really high volume, and we're the sixth most highest traded stock out of all of Fidelity's trades from retail, and we have a super strong 73% buy to 27% sale. So what that tells me is that today's price drop wasn't retail. It wasn't retail at all. Because for the last week, that number has been over 60%. It's been a week since we've had numbers that were less than 50-50. Last Monday, not this last Monday, but the Monday prior. So retail didn't sell here. It was institutions. Institutions sold to get the price down. It looks to me like this might be some kind of bear trap. Huh. A bear trap into forced lending. Well, you're right, bad back, but I mean it's a very good sampling. I mean, if you look at how much share ownership that Fidelity has in the marketplace, it's a pretty good sampling. I wouldn't just say, well, it's just one, it's just one institution. I think as a whole, there's enough of a sampling of data coming out of Fidelity to suggest what the rest of the retail market's probably doing is similar. I would agree with that statement, Anthony. I do think it is out of our control. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, that's what it certainly looks like as of right now with the data that I have. We won't know for a while. We'll get the Fintel data 3 months from now, and we'll look back 3 months from now and be like, hey, remember when, we had that really bad run on 11/30? We'll know. We'll know for sure. It'll show up in the reporting. I've kind of wanted to keep a running tally of events that I wanted to look up later on Fintel when they actually did report. For example, like the Berkshire Hathaway event that occurred. Do you guys remember that? That's something I kind of wanted to see who was responsible for that, because I really think that was some major manipulation that occurred during that period of time with the Berkshire Hathaway A stock. Was it A or B? I think it was. Now I can't remember. I actually can't. I don't remember which one it was. Invest in straight jackets. Yeah. Berkshire Hathaway, BKA. I think it was, yeah. I don't believe that. I think it actually did have to do with needing liquidity. But I want to go back and I want to see who bought and sold those shares. Because I think that information could be extremely useful when it finally does report. Yeah. So Anthony, what happened was you may not remember, you may remember, I'm not sure, but several weeks back, we watched Berkshire Hathaway in the aftermarket hours trade like 3 shares, increasing the share price of Berkshire Hathaway from like $300,000 a share to like $600,000 a share. The thought process was that somebody was trying to avoid a margin call, and by placing a 3-share order, selling and buying of those 3 shares, driving up the price, it would have increased their overall liquidity because the share price of Berkshire Hathaway was then showing $300,000 a share more, and because only AA prime stocks can be used for liquidity now, they couldn't use things like Tesla. And so the thought process there was that somebody was trying to fudge the numbers. How was my Thanksgiving? It was good. It was really good. We had great turkey. How was your Thanksgiving? It seems like you're just getting back from it. I like your story, Duncan. I like your story. It's nice to go on vacation. How much did you think about AMC? Hopefully it was a big fat 0. Oops. Hopefully I answered your question, AP. I think I may have been in the process of answering when you asked it. I bet you feel refreshed, Amanda, coming back, uh, not having to stress about, AMC or any of that kind of stuff. I agree, Philip. I agree. That's why I'm still here. I could have sold a long time ago, but I don't think we're anywhere close to the end. If I did, I'd let you guys know. Of course, this is gonna hit at the end of the day, guys. So I'm just drawing this just to draw it, I think, at this point. Yeah, welcome back, Amanda. Here's a nice $34 price. Merry Thanksgiving. Dan, do I know you? It's funny you should say that. There was, yeah, well, it wasn't me. I know somebody else who needed a backup pair of pants, and it was quite funny. Best gift ever. Bought more. Nice. I mean, they can give us a discount, but they can't give us a five. I mean, I mean, if you want to think about it from an institutional standpoint, them selling shares and knocking the price down helps everybody, right? It helps everybody. It helps everybody to decide, like, oh, yeah, I'm in. I'm in for some more now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, there's gonna be people who saw this as a fire sale and really saw this as an opportunity to average down. Let's see here. Let me pull up the news and see if there's anything AMC related. We got about just a little about 25 minutes left of trading here. Business Wire is reporting Sony Pictures and AMC theaters choose wax blockchain for Spider-Man: No Way Home. That may not be a new story to many of you, but just reading it because it's there. Oh, here we go, guys. The Motley Fool. Why? 22 hours ago. They wrote this 22 hours ago? Wait a minute, that would have been yesterday. I'm not reading that. It says why AMC stock dropped today. Oh my gosh. Listen to this one, guys. AMC grasping at straws to validate its market cap and keep Ape Nation interested. They think that we're in this play because of AMC. I mean, it is because we want to help save the company, but the fundamentals are not there, not yet. But Adam Aron's working on it. Says it looks like AMC shares price wasn't consolidated in the 55 to 60 range as shares have decreased by 37.6% since Matt Kors and Trey Collins appeared on Fast Money. I think investors who jumped in on this trade need to look at the financials and give the chart another look because in the short term there aren't many catalysts. Wow, this is a major hit piece. Accepting cryptocurrencies could just be smoke and mirrors as people invest in Bitcoin because they believe is an appreciating asset. People aren't going to use it to buy movie tickets. I don't know about that. I'm partially kind of agree, but I'm not sure. AMC has negative shareholder equity on the books, generates negative FCF, loses money, and has diluted shareholders. This is not a recipe for capital appreciation. Man, what a hit piece. I want to start taking names. I want to start taking names of all the authors for these articles. And I want to send them like, I don't know. I want to send them emails when we start spiking in price. Be like, how you like them apples? I don't know, something like that. One more TA for the day before we go on break. Yeah, I can do it. How many short plays have you partaken in your investing career? I have never, I tried to get in on the GME short squeeze play, but I was too late to the party. They took the buy button away as I was getting out, I think on the 27th or 28th. No, the 28th. I think it was the 28th. So I was late to that one. So this is technically my first short squeeze play. How you like them bananas? All right, technical analysis one more time. Special request by Active Douglas. Let's check it out. Let me update everything here real quickly. Taking you to the other screen. And updating the off exchange, currently at 56.6, is at 56.18, so dropping slightly on the off exchange. Updating Ortex. Ortex showing a total borrow amount of 1.76 million shares for the day today. That is up from 1.72. Updating the options. At a $40 strike price, current amount of highest amount of volume is right there. It was it was just 19,000 contracts. It's now 19.6. On the put side, a $33 strike price has gone up from 17.6 thousand contracts to 18.2. And taking you over to Fidelity. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC in 6th position with 72% buys to 28% sales. GME was 24th earlier, now 25th with 79% buys to 21% sales. Super strong. Taking a look at amount of shares having been borrowed, I do not see any new borrowing in the last hour. 1.1 thousand contracts in the money on the calls, 46.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. NASDAQ is down 1.53, Dow Jones is down 1.66, S&P 500 is down 1.71. The market's on fire with 5,484 decliners to 1,930 advancers. Tesla is down 0.1. Robinhood is down 3.88. Amazon is down 1.68. Cinemark is down 5.52. Doge is up 0.52. GME is down 3.11. And AMC is down 7.27. We currently have more inflow than outflow by 0.2. And volume getting really, really close. Last time I ran it was 38.6 million. I'm not going to run the numbers again on that. We'll be underneath the volume prediction that I had for the day, which was 30 to 40 million. Volume dying off here towards the end half of the day. On the daily, we currently have, I mean, to me, that looks like more buying pressure than selling pressure, ever so slightly. The RSI currently at 35.8 on the 1 hour. More buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 29.93. On the 30-minute, more buying pressure than selling pressure. RSI at 34.53. Both all low numbers on RSI. We have a crossover on the 5-minute, so about 15 minutes ago, it crossed over with more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.59. So all the indicators are kind of pointing towards green, even though price is starting to drop right now. We do have a wedge with price increasing. I think that's an increase. Looks like an increase. Yeah. But it is pointing, even with the price increase, it looks to me like it's pointing towards right down the middle. It might be slightly pointing down towards the bottom side, which could mean a breakout going up. But we do have price increasing and volume. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of middle ground because it was high back here and it's kind of high here a little bit and low here. So it's hard to say if volume's increasing or decreasing really. I mean, overall, I would say decreasing, which is bearish. Tomorrow's gonna be an interesting day. I'm still leaving it up there. We have a, oh, how did I delete that? Maybe I didn't delete it. We have a wedge that we broke out of. I see the line right here. This is actually drawn on the 1 hour. So this is the wedge we broke out of, and I didn't expect to break out until Thursday or Friday. The bottom side of this wedge, ignore this line here and this line here. The bottom side of that wedge is actually right here. It just goes right past this 35.76 line. And I kind of said earlier this morning that I felt that we would dip down, maybe hit like 34.89 and then maybe drive back. We would either hit 35.76 and then drive back up into the wedge, or we would hit the 34.89 and drive back up into the wedge. And it doesn't look like we're driving back up today. There's a good possibility that tomorrow we do drive back up. If we see a 15% increase in price from our bottom, and I'll check that right now and see where we're at. It is a good indicator that we're moving, that we will be heading back upwards. Let's check it. So 32.76 being our low. Our new high after that point was 34.49, which is only a 5.3% increase in price. That is almost enough to be considered a good turnaround, a good reversal, but I don't get my hopes up until I see 15%. You still 5% still enough to see another tack back down to see if they can get some more paper hands in here, because they obviously did find some. But if they were going to do that, they're going to have to loan a bunch of shares tomorrow. And SSR is tripped. I forgot who mentioned that earlier, but it is tripped. The trigger price was 33.16, which we hit. Which means the SSR will be on for tomorrow. Meaning that if price really drives up tomorrow, it will get halted quick. But that really kind of leads me into believing that on this 1 hour chart that drive up on Thursday or Friday could definitely be the possibility once SSR is off. The really hard increases. You're welcome, Active. The Dow is down over 600 points. Yeesh. I remember, it's funny when you say that, Monty, because I don't know if it's because the very first time that I ever traded shares, and they were fake shares, but it was still trading, was when I was in high school. We went through economics, and the teacher had us do a project where we invested $100 into some, just a list of blue chip stocks, and then whoever had the, I think it was like the top 3 people in the class with the most returns got like additional points added to their overall grade in the class. And man, I really got a super love for the stock market when we did that. But I remember back in those days, I think if I'm not mistaken, the Dow Jones was only had about it was like either 3,000 or 4,000. I think it was 3,000 points back then. If I had actually been able to invest that $100 back in 1994 when I did that, it would be worth so much money now. And man, I wish I had really invested that $100 because it would have been kind of cool to still have that money invested. But what I was thinking about that, Monty, is that 600 points back in those days would have been absolutely devastation. Devastation. So when you say 600 points now, it doesn't. I don't know. It's not quite the same. It doesn't have as much bang to it. Didn't Adam Aaron talk about not getting head faked? I don't recall that. And I'm with Monty. Nothing will happen until we get massive volume. But you know what? You know what generates volume, Monty? Selling of shares. And if institutions really sold shares today to get this to happen, we could see the results of that in 2 days from now, right? If you think about how the how T+2 works, the results of seeing some of those shares actually sold to the market, the amount of volume could potentially spike really super high here in the next couple days due to those shares being sold. Eight minutes. My dog's like nudging me with his nose. 8 minutes. It'll be over, and I'll go take you out. Well, +3. Gotta count the music. You can hold it. He probably just sees a rabbit outside. He loves chasing the rabbits. Never gets them, but he likes chasing them. On his Twitter, he said that? Wait. Was it the dog one? Yeah, he did say that. So don't get head faked by this canine drummer. Previously announced Doge and Shiba Inu, so don't get head faked by this canine drummer. I think that was just head faked in regards to him saying that he didn't want people to think that that's what the announcement was going to be about, was Doge or Shiba Inu. Natalie with the trader, go AMC. Heck yeah. Welcome to the channel. It seems like Joe might know Natalie. I don't know. Okay, well, I mean, that could be the case. I mean, if this was a head fake here by institutions to sell, interesting. Because it doesn't look like retail to me. Natalie, Joe just called you the cheerleader. I hope you're okay with that. Natalie said, I own a ton of AMC all in. I bought high, but whatever. I'm not selling. Full faith. Well, welcome to the channel. You know what, Anthony? I 100% agree with you. I really do. I do think that he chooses his words very carefully. There are some things that I say to you guys that I say on purpose. I don't know if you always catch them, but sometimes I do. It's so weird for me. So, and I hope GD's listening right now. But yesterday I went on to somebody's stream. Somebody started doing a live stream towards I don't know, kind of after mine had ended, and I went onto their live stream and I saw GD over there, and I was like, oh, how weird to see like somebody who watches my stream, who's watching somebody else's stream that I'm watching, and it's like I almost did a shout out to GD and was like, what up, dude? And I was like, nah, I don't want to be the creeper. It was kind of weird though. Inception. I'm a huge believer that people got out of the devils like Webull, E-Trades, Ameritrade, Robinhood, and we have a MOASS. They have to locate real shares. That's been said for a long time, Natalie. Has been said for a long, long time. I think that the more, if you go to the description box on this channel, you'll find that there's a whole bunch of, I've got a couple different rules, some levels of participation. But rule number 3 is only use a good broker who allows pre-market and after-hour trading, cash account, no margin account, and the list is provided there for people to click on, and that list is derived from something that a great list of reasons why you want to be with certain brokers from everything that happened back in January. And so I always love stressing that to people, like, make sure you're with a good broker, because you don't want to be you don't want to run the risk of having some of the things happen in January to you when this thing starts to take off. I saw you, GD. Yes, it was. It was El Cappuccino. I'll let you in on a little secret. Little secret. We're working together. We're working together to come together on the same stream. We're crossing streams. It's dangerous. Shh. Don't tell anybody. It's true. I think of these large YouTubers hammer, but they won't. Only small YouTubers promote, so thanks. Yep, don't use margin. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but with the first part of it. What price did you buy in? Oh, you're asking Natalie. $500,000. Dang. Dang, Natalie. You're the baller. I had to fight with my broker Vanguard to remove margin. They wouldn't until I threatened to report them. All shares were margin just for signing margin account years ago. They were bullies. Wow. Interesting. And who was that with? That was with who? Vanguard. Interesting. Vanguard being the top one or top two. It's their first or second, I think, in long positions on AMC, which, makes sense, right? They want to make some money on your money, money on your shares. What? E-Trade? Yuck. Isn't that like 90s? That's so 2000s. Jeez, who uses E-Trade? That's terrible. I can link people to places on how to transfer shares if that's ever needed or desired. So I can help with that if anybody wants that. I won't tell you who to transfer to. That's something you have to decide on your own. I will provide that list that I mentioned in the description box, but you got to be the big boy and decide where you're going, or girl. All right, guys, it's that time. I went past time. I was interested in what y'all were saying. So I'm going to go ahead and send you off here to space, and I will see you tomorrow. You all have a wonderful night. Eat, sleep, drink. Spend time with your families. Spend time with your friends. But above all else, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and SN.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I wish you